Good morning, everybody. If I could just have your attention, we are going to get started, even though not everybody has come in just yet. As I'm sure you can imagine, the security for coming into this room is pretty high. So some people are still coming through security. So we'll just get started and they will filter in. But thank you so much for coming. Thank you for tolerating the security and for making the effort to get here this morning. I'm told that was an insane rush hour for The Hague. Getting taxis was a little difficult, but I think it's just the pace of things here in this city this morning. It's all very exciting and buzzing. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Jane Ferguson. I am an international journalist. I am a broadcaster. I mostly work with public broadcasting in the United States. I'm based in the Middle East. I mostly cover conflict myself, and it is especially exciting and meaningful for me to be here today because I do see every day in my work children caught up in conflict, from places like Yemen to Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, South Sudan. So it means a lot to me to be here today to moderate on an event that hopefully focuses on pushing forward the protection of the most innocent of victims of war. So I'm going to be moderating the event all day today, and what we have in store for you are initially some opening speeches, and after that we'll also have 3 keynote speakers throughout the day and 3 high-level panels. The panels have some great people taking part, and they're going to be very interesting to hear. Interspersed between, we'll also have musical intermezzos. And then at the end, the highlight of the day will be the march by children right here, a Stop the War Against Children march, which will make its way towards the Peace Palace. So I'm very excited to be here. Hopefully you all are as well. But just before we get started, a couple of practical announcements. There are some fire exits here and here. I feel like I've waited my whole life to say that. Emergency exits if you need them. Anybody in a red Save the Children t-shirt, those are help crews. Feel free to ask them any questions whatsoever, just for directions or any of today's events or in an emergency. One other question or one other request I have of you, please, and we're going to be mentioning this throughout the day, is that we'd really like you to take part and take action as well as listen to today's speeches and panels. And part of that is signing the online petition that Save the Children have set up. There is a QR code here that you can follow to go there and to sign the petition to stop the war on children. That's an effort that is growing right now online. And so now I'm going to welcome the first of our official opening addresses. This is from Her Royal Highness Princess Victoria de Bourbon de Parma, co-host and patron of Save the Children in the Netherlands. Let's give her a really warm welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome, representatives of the United Nations, the European Union, governments across the world, dear experts, dear INGO colleagues, dear students, Save the Children board members, and of course, dear young changemakers. I will come back to you shortly. A very warm welcome to you all. I have the honor to be your co-host of today and would like to extend a special warm welcome to 3 people who have, next to many others, been invaluable in organizing this symposium. First of all, Pauline Krikke, the mayor of The Hague. Thank you very much for welcoming us into your city. Erik de Baets, director of the Carnegie Foundation. Thank you very much for hosting us in your Peace Palace. And Helle Thorning-Schmidt, CEO of Save the Children International. Thank you very much for your leadership and for launching this campaign in Save the Children's centenary year. Welcome to the Global Symposium committed to stop the war on children. A wise woman once said, "Children are not just the next generation of citizens, but ambassadors for future peaceful international relations. It was this young woman who dedicated her entire life to create just and peaceful societies, and concluded that it is war itself, not any individual or race, it is war itself that is the real enemy. This woman believed in the spiritual oneness of humankind. Her belief in common humanity and the importance of individual citizenship, linked to broad social responsibilities, drove her to campaign, raise funds, and even get arrested for defending the rights of the child. Children who, in her eyes, represented the soul of the world. I'm, of course, talking about Eglantine Jebb, a woman who, in her time, did not have the right to vote, but did have the power to start an international movement that would grow to be the largest independent organization in the world to defend the rights of the child. Rights which 100 years ago she drafted herself, because she believed that children inhabit a distinct social place and so require specific legal protection to safeguard their right to develop through play, rest, and schooling. The Declaration on the Rights of the Child that she had drafted evolved into the United Nations Convention, which is the most universally accepted human rights instrument in history, making children a central concern of the global community. And yet here we are today, 100 years later, campaigning to stop the war on children. This afternoon you will meet Ahmad from Syria. Ahmad used to play outside like any other child would do, until one day he and his cousins found themselves surrounded by gunfire. He ran home crying, his school went on lockdown, and his life would never be the same again. And Ahmad is not alone. Sadly, over 420 million children live in conflict-affected areas. That is 1 in every 5 children around the world. We are seeing more children facing unimaginable mental and physical trauma. More children are going hungry. More children are falling victim to preventable diseases. More children are out of school. More children are at risk of sexual violence and recruitment by armed groups. And more children are trapped on the front lines without access to humanitarian aid. The presence of you all here today is paramount. Your dedication and commitment to help children who are growing up in conflict-affected areas has never been more urgently needed. And it is therefore with the deepest respect that I welcome our keynote speakers of today. Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Fatou Bensouda, Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. And Samuel Kofi Woods, former Liberian Minister of Labor and Human Rights lawyer. With experts from distinctively different backgrounds, we will have high-level panel discussions on topics of safety, justice, and practical help. While next to these prominent speakers, we will also hear the important voices of children themselves. A champion ambassador for Save the Children, Miriam, will take the stage later, and I look very much forward to hearing her message. Furthermore, I'm thrilled to announce that our call to action today will not only be voiced inside this beautiful and historic place, but literally across the globe. From schools to refugee camps, from Iraq to Mali, from Bangladesh to Madrid, today children will march to the Colosseum, Trafalgar Square, and this Peace Palace to demand action to be taken to stop the war on children. As Eglantine Jebb said, the world is not ungenerous, It is merely unimaginative and very busy. I wish for you today to be immensely imaginative, cooperative, and use the precious time that has been freed in your very busy agendas today to meet, exchange, and explore ways to, and by that, to heal the soul of the world. I thank you for your commitment.
Thank you so much, Princess Victoria, and a strong reminder that 100 years later, children are still suffering on the front lines of conflicts. For our next speaker, we're going to welcome the CEO of Save the Children International, Helle Thorning-Schmidt. Thank you so much.
Your Royal Highness, Madam President, Commissioners, Mayor, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends. It is fantastic to be here today, and we in Save the Children, we can't quite believe that this is happening. And before I begin my welcome, I want to thank especially Save the Children Spain, Save the Children UK, Save the Children Netherlands, of course, for the hard work that has gone into this. It wouldn't have happened without Anders, Kevin, and Pim pushing this through, so thank you very, very much. And it is fantastic to be here today, because what better place to meet up with friends and partners to mark the UN's Day of Living Together in Peace than this Peace Palace. I'm also so impressed that so many tireless defenders of children's rights have chosen to spend their time with us here today. We have the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights, President Michelle Bachelet. We have the United Nations Special Representative for Children in Armed Conflict, Mrs. Virginia Gamba. We have Mrs. Fatou Bensouda, the Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. And we have Samuel Coffey Woods, who will also address us later today. Thank you again for giving us your time and your expertise today. But there is, of course, one person in particular who you already met that I want to thank especially for the determination and the commitment that she brings to making sure that the voices of the most vulnerable and marginalized children are heard. And that is, of course, Her Royal Highness Princess Victoria. Thank you. Thank you for your tireless commitment to this cause. To those of you who know me, you know that I'm an internal optimist. So I want us to start focusing a little bit on all the progress that has been made for children over the recent decades. It might not always reach the headlines because good news seldom do. But remember today that children are healthier, wealthier, and better educated than at any time in our history today. Child mortality has fallen by half in the last 20 years. The number of children stunted because of malnutrition had fallen by a third in the same time. And enrollment in primary education is increasing. And the reason I'm saying that is to show and remind us what is possible, but also to put a flag up and remind us that even though you see progress, it is actually possible for that progress to be reversed. Take a country like Syria, a country that not too many years ago had reached near universal primary education. Quite a remarkable thing to do. But today, half of Syrian children are not in school. And what we know, because we see it time and time again, is that conflict is always the enemy of progress. And we see that from Yemen to South Sudan, to DRC, to Afghanistan. I have, of course, seen that for myself many times across the world. Just last month, I returned to Cox's Bazar, the refugee camp in Bangladesh. I was so proud to see the work that we, Save the Children, and other agencies are doing. Save the Children are now running 100 learning spaces, health centers, and providing food for half the camp. But we are seriously worried for these children. There is a very, very high rate of babies dying within the first months of being born. The vast majority of adolescents are not receiving any form of education, and child protection remains a very serious concern in the camp. Last year in Yemen, I also met families who had no idea where their next meal was coming from. And I met and held tiny, tiny babies who were not receiving the food they need to grow and fight what should be easily treatable diseases. Both in Yemen and in Cox's Bazar, this is the grim daily reality for these children, and it will continue to be so in the foreseeable future. The number of children suffering in conflict zone is worse now than in recent decades. And this is because today's wars are putting children in the front line in terrible, terrible ways. The battles that are being fought in today's wars are increasingly being fought in urban areas. Explosive weapons, which have a uniquely devastating effect on small bodies, are being used indiscriminately. And we are seeing more attacks on schools and hospitals, which we are seeing than ever before. And of course, what we see daily is that denial of aid is routinely used as a weapon of war to change the balance of battles. As a result of these brutal trends, we are seeing the number of grave violations against children rise year on year. Sometimes when you say these things, it just sort of flows over you. But we have a very clear idea what is happening. And that is why we in Save the Children are calling what's happening right now in our time a war on children. The international community is actually extremely clear on what these violations are. The recruitment and use of children as soldiers, the killing and maiming of children, sexual violence against children, attacks on schools and hospitals, abduction, and the denial of humanitarian aid. These are the things that are rising, and that is why today's conflict are affecting children more than perhaps ever. And taken alone, these violations are horrific enough. But we also have to remember that they never happen in a vacuum. Alongside these violations, children are coping with many other indirect effects of war, whether that is increased hunger and disease, displacement and homelessness, a complete absence of safe spaces to learn and play and be children, and the many other negative consequences of a war on a child's chance to survive, learn, and be protected. It's a very bleak picture when you talk about it like that. But our job, all of us in this room, is to not look away. We must remind ourselves that progress is possible, that change is possible for these children, and it is our duty to protect them. But of course, we did not gather here today to convince ourselves of this. I think we've already done that. We are here to try to convince others that they have a responsibility to act. And that is why Save the Children is campaigning to stop the war on children. To try to bring partners and the public, children, adults together in a global movement that is powerful enough to offer these children protection and hope. I know that the energy and the expertise in this room and across our community can help deliver and drive that change. You already heard the story of our founder, but I think it's worth reminding us, because our founder and her story shows us that change is possible. Exactly 100 years ago, in the shadows of the First World War, over 4 million children were starving in Central and Eastern Europe. And an English woman called Eglantine Jebb was appalled to see this. So in 1919, and as we were pointed out, she didn't even have the right to vote, she took matters in her own hands, and she simply began handing out leaflets in Trafalgar Square. Eglantine's leaflets showed pictures of Europe's starving children. And what she called for was the Allied blockade on defeated countries to be lifted. It won't surprise anyone in this room, because many of us are activists as well. It won't surprise you to know that she faced fierce resistance. Some people told her to focus on the children at home, not the children abroad, the enemy's children. An argument we still hear and are familiar with today. But Eglantine kept going. And even after she was arrested in Trafalgar Square, found guilty and had to pay a fine, she continued. And she went on to found the first children's charity with an international focus, Save the Children. And Eglantine's vision grew. And it grew steadily to go beyond emergency responses, but to making children's rights an essential part of the world order. It is not that long ago, and she and the people she got with her to fight for this made it happen. So you could talk about Eglantine having impact. She drafted the first ever Declaration of Children's Rights, which was adopted by the League of Nations. And over 60 years later, it inspires the most wide-ranging expression of the principle that all children, and not just our children, but that all children have the same rights. The 1989 UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. And this convention sits as part as a global framework for how we treat each other. Together, all these frameworks, from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to European Human Rights Convention and International Refugee Convention, all of this form the basis on how we ought to act as global citizens. So that's why we're so proud of our founder. Not only because what she did 100 years ago, but also because she can serve as inspiration today of what is possible. And you can also understand why we are so outraged to see that progress for children now seems to be undermined. Not only in the war zones that I'm talking about, but generally the notion that children are people, that they have rights, and that we have a global duty to protect children. That framework is being undermined. In the places where we as Save the Children work today, we see international humanitarian law and conventions on the rights of the child. We are seeing that being openly disregarded. Agencies can work on treating what's happening when a conflict has occurred, the symptoms, but what we cannot provide is the cure. And that is why it is essential that we are asking world leaders, actually a new generation of world leaders who was not around in '89, to come up and stand up with us and to defend and uphold international humanitarian law. To make clear that these violations will not be tolerated. To hold perpetrators responsible. And we are calling on all warring parties to follow the rules and the conventions of war. What does this mean, or what should it mean? It means, of course, that civilians should not be targeted. It means that safe spaces like schools and hospitals must not be attacked. And it means that aid agencies must have full and unimpeded access to deliver the aid. These are not new things. These are things that we have already adopted as our common guideline for how we want to act together as humanity. And if all governments took steps towards upholding their obligations and ending this culture, this norm of impunity, the future of the children that we are talking about today would improve. We need our leaders to exercise the political will to stop the war on children. And in order to do that, we need to energize this debate and have more people asking for that change, and particularly have children asking for that change. Everyone you talk to know that this is the morally right thing to do. We have to make leaders unite to actually do it. And we have to remind them that it is not only the morally right thing to do, it is also the smart thing to do. We all know what happens to a child. What happens to a child will stay with that child when she or he becomes an adult. The futures of these children have already begun. And that is why we must now invest in their recovery so that they can get the support and the care that they need to escape the physical injuries of war, but also the emotional wounds of conflict and war. We need to make sure that children get a quality education so they can improve their prospect of not only surviving, but also participate and contribute to their community. Today, we are going to hear from all the major actors who are involved in this. Everyone who knows what needs to be done, who have the power to make it happen, but also from some people who experienced war and conflict in their own lives. And I'm really looking forward to hearing what we have to say when we come together. But more importantly, I'm looking forward to see what we can do when we push this. When we leave the Peace Palace today, we need to take this call to action to stop the war on children out into the world with us. Because we know that inaction has consequences. Violence and conflict are a vicious generational circle. And to break that circle, we have to stand up for the rules-based order. It is only by reinforcing those values, norms, and laws that we can guarantee the safety and the futures of all children. And only then can we hope to say that we are truly living together in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Helle Schmidt, for that passionate reminder that children are more at risk in today's conflicts. And it's worth noting that she is within her last 2 weeks of being the CEO of Save the Children, so it's especially poignant to hear her motivating words and her reminders of the work that is still to be done. So thank you very much. For our next two guests, they're going to be receiving some gifts from the event here. The gifts will contain images from a photo exhibition that you yourselves can see out in the foyer called I Have a Dream. And our first of those is particularly apt because this event is, of course, taking place in the beautiful city of peace and justice. So please help me welcome the mayor of The Hague, Pauline Krieke, from the municipality. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, members of the board, director, keynote speakers, and all energetic people of Save the Children, ladies and gentlemen. No one comes of a war unhurt, adults not, and children not at all. Last year, I attended the commemoration of a major bombing attack upon our city at the end of the Second World War. One of the speakers had witnessed it as a small boy. His father threw himself upon him to protect him and had been killed whilst doing it. The small boy grew up, but even in his now 70s, he was still dealing with the effects of the injuries he had suffered at the time. He was marked for life, but he was there at the ceremony, and so were his children and grandchildren. At times like that, it comes home to you even more, that anyone who saves a child also saves future generations. Something that became very clear when I recently had the honor to unveil a plaque for Rue Paré. Rue Paré was a courageous woman in The Hague who risked her own life to save 52 Jewish children. Some of them attended the ceremony. Many of them, who in the eyes of their persecutors should not have grown up. And they were already grandparents themselves now. Thanks to the life-saving help they had received from Rue Paré, they could pass on the gift of life. For 100 years now, Save the Children has stood up for children suffering because of the war. The Hague is proud that the Dutch branch is based here in the international city of peace and justice. Luckily, Save the Children is not alone in pursuing its important mission. You can count on the support of various renowned organizations to provide vital life-saving aid. Organizations such as the Red Cross, UNICEF, and War Child. The International Criminal Court is another important partner. The court has put an end to impunity. Perpetrators of crimes against humanity can no longer get away with them. And for the victims, there is hope once more. Hope for a new and better future. And that is certainly true for the children amongst them. People like Con Cayley, a former child soldier from Sudan. He came to the Netherlands as a refugee, where ultimately he graduated in European and international law. And in 2010 and 2012, he gave impressive speeches here in The Hague. He explained just how difficult it is to apply the traditional principles of justice to the acts of child soldiers and to bring to trial those who are truly responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, even when children are not exposed to acute danger, the violence of war means that they still lose the most precious gift of childhood, their carefree innocence. If you look at the photos of children from Syria and other war zones, you can see that their innocence has gone. The look on their faces as they gaze into the camera often reflects the misery they have already experienced in their very young lives. It is for this reason alone that we must continue to strive to create a world in which children can grow up in safety. A world governed by the rule of law, rather than the law of mob. And where war criminals do not go unpunished. A world in which children can happily play on the street and go to school, with no fear of bombs, grenades, and snipers. And when they go to bed, they know that when they wake up again in the morning, there be only peace. I wish you a very good conference.
Thank you so much, Pauline Criquet. We're now going to welcome our final welcoming speaker, and this is particularly apt as well because we are in this beautiful building and next to the beautiful Peace Palace. So we would like to welcome to the stage Erik de Baets of the Carnegie Foundation. He's the director of the Carnegie Foundation. He does have to leave after his speech, so we are extremely grateful that he made the time this morning to come. So thank you, Erik de Baets. Thanks. All right.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, and children ambassadors, it is my sincere pleasure to wish you a warm welcome here at the Peace Palace, and particularly also save the children on this important day. Stop the war on children. In fact, stop war at all. Law, not war, as Benjamin Ferenc said it right after World War II. Peace through law, that was the notion that prevailed at the beginnings of the last century when the Hague Peace Conferences took place, in an era of idealism, when it was thought that preventing wars was feasible. That is when the Permanent Court of Arbitration was established, here in The Hague. The idea was if parties to a conflict, at that time, not so much non-state actors, but states, if they were to choose for arbitration and settle their conflicts peacefully in the courtroom, they would not have to go to the battlefield with all the loss of human lives and, of course, the damage to children. This Permanent Court of Arbitration was then established here in The Hague. There was no peace palace yet, but it was felt that this permanent court that should embellish the notion of world peace would have a seat that would also symbolize that. Now, the Dutch government that hosted this first peace conference, through Her Royal Highness Queen Wilhelmina, very young at the time, was happy to host that conference, but they had not budgeted for a palace. So Andrew Carnegie, the Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos of his time, was approached because he had already engaged in peace philanthropy. I'll come back to him later, but that is with his grant that he made it possible to build this peace palace. He had a vision. He wanted to work towards peace, and he felt that if you want to practice law to prevent or settle conflicts, law should be known. So there should be a standard library of international law. We now find ourselves on the books, 1 million publications that are stored underneath this room, where the judges and arbitrators are supported with the knowledge here at the Peace Palace. At the time, already the League of Nations was mentioned. It was also that the Permanent International Court of Justice, that should look after jurisdiction, was also settled here at the Peace Palace. And when the League of Nations was transformed into the United Nations, it was then agreed that the one and only principal organ of the United Nations that would not be based in UN headquarters, New York, would be based here in the Peace Palace. So you've seen the UN flag waving in front of the Peace Palace because we have here the International Court of Justice. Why is that important? Because just a number of cases we now have a case between Iran and the United States pending. How about if a conflict can be prevented by choosing for law instead of war? We have a case between the Palestinian Authority and the United States. A case between Russia and Ukraine, India and Pakistan. Think of all the conflicts and the children that would be in need if these conflicts were to either become violent or become more violent, because some of them are already taking place. That is what we do here at the Peace Palace. It's peace in action. And we are very happy to do so. In fact, when it comes to children, the idea of one of the negotiators in these peace conferences was Tobias Ascher. He said, law should not only be practiced to prevent violent conflicts, but it should also be taught and learned. So we're here in the Hague Academy of International Law room. And every year, since this year, 1,000 students from all over the world are educated here to become the future judges and arbitrators and diplomats that choose for the peaceful option through law instead of conflicts. In addition, the Carnegie Foundation that was asked, thanks to the grant of Andrew Carnegie, to administer these peace palaces, has also sought for the label of SDG 16 House. Because, of course, the UN have such important programs in place to promote peace, like the Sustainable Development Goals. I know Save the Children is very much concerned about poverty for children too, and also as a root cause for conflicts. So we're happy to be this SDG 16 House because it's cross-cutting. And we hope to foster the dialogue to promote all these Sustainable Development Goals. Poverty, inequality, health. And that is why we want to bring parties together to promote further development for a peaceful world. And then when it comes to specifically children, let me also give credit to an institution that is even older than not only Save the Children, 100 years, not even older than the Peace Palace, that exists for 106 years, but to the Hague Conference on Private International Law, that celebrated its 125th year last year. They, in this Peace Palace, have made sure that in 1956, the Convention on the Law Applicable to Maintenance Obligations towards Children was agreed. In 1958, the recognition and enforcement of decisions relating to maintenance obligations towards children was agreed here. And in more recent years, 1996, the Convention on Jurisdiction, Applicable Law, Recognition, Enforcement and Cooperation in respect of parental responsibility and measures for the protection of children, all agreed here. So we have a heart with all the parties we work with for children. And of course, when we see all these conventions, we think of how to promote peace law. I just want to share with you that there's a huge base of knowledge here available too. When you just, in this Peace Palace library, the digital library, you seek for children's rights, you will find 1,500 publications specifically on children's rights that we have here and that we gladly make available for further study, development, and also activism based on the rule of law. I will gladly conclude by giving you perhaps some inspiration thanks to the life of Andrew Carnegie. Because of course, when we think of war, preventing war, standing for children's rights, what is it we can do? What is it we can do in our lifetime? Well, Andrew Carnegie was born in humble conditions in Scotland. I was happy to be in his birthplace house. They didn't have much closets, because why would you need closets if you don't have anything to store? In fact, his dad, who was a weaver, he lost it in the area of industrialization when a big plant nearby opened its doors. So he went broke. And on a loan, as an immigrant, they went to the United States. He then, as a kind bellboy, started his career, was touched by the carnage of the American Civil War, and developed his career as an entrepreneur. He became the richest man of the world. That already is a performance. But then he decided to give all his wealth back to society. Private wealth for the public good. So in the span of one lifetime, from these humble origins, he made the means, gave it all back, and made sure that we now have this Peace Palace that can provide peace in action. And we, as Carnegie Foundation, have felt that we now need to work on a peace agenda, together with partners. So we're very happy to have you here today, to promote peace, to stop war, to save children for warfare, and in fact adults too. We gladly continue to connect the world of philanthropies and the world of societal engagement, and we gladly see you back. But for now, we wish you a wonderful launch of the campaign, a great commemoration, and an inspiring event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eric de Baets, for reminding us all of the importance of the work by people like Andrew Carnegie and those from the past who have helped set up organizations like this. I should have mentioned, actually, when I was introducing Eric, that the Carnegie Foundation runs the Peace Palace here and makes events like this and settings like this possible. So thanks again very much.
Right this second, in war zones across the world, children are living through unspeakable horrors, with devastating and life-changing consequences. Children like those we know and love. Bombed, shot, starved, raped. In their homes, in the street, and in their schools. They are left with no escape from violence, from the war on children. 100 years ago, Eglantine Jebb founded Save the Children because she saw that every war is a war against children. And a century later, the world is still failing to protect its most vulnerable from horrors they did nothing to create. But we can stop this war on children, and we must. Every one of us, from citizens and community leaders to military commanders and heads of state, must respect that children should always be off limits in war. Those who wage war must always uphold internationally agreed rules and standards. Those who deliberately attack children or violate their rights must be brought to justice. And children must have practical help to stay safe or recover when harmed. We need your help now as urgently as ever. Join our campaign. Use your voice. Make yourself heard. There isn't a moment to lose. Help stop the war on children. And let's give every child the future they deserve.
I'm just going to take a moment now to remind everybody that we're not just joined by those who are in the room, we're also live streaming this right now online. So there are many people around the world watching events, and they, as well as the rest of us, I'm sure, are excited to welcome our first keynote speaker, Michelle Bachelet. She is the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights, and her work focuses on exactly what one of the main pillars of the Save the Children campaign is, which is, of course, safety of children and protecting children in armed conflict. Ms. Bachelet is the 7th commissioner and took office in 2018. Previously, she was the president of Chile on 2 occasions. She was the first female president of Chile, as well as Chile and Latin America's first female defense minister. During her presidential tenures, she promoted the rights of all, but particularly those most vulnerable. Ms. Bachelet was named chair of the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health. Now, that is an alliance of more than 1,000 organizations in 192 countries, providing services for reproductive, maternal and child health. Thank you so much for helping me welcome Michelle Bachelet to the stage.
Your Royal Highness, my cricket is gone. Dear Helen, Excellencies, colleagues, friends. Well, thank you for inviting me to speak about this crucial topic. And I want to congratulate Save the Children, not only for its 100 years of commitment to saving the children all over the world, but for the excellent report that you have produced. And the intention is not that we only read it, it's that we can act about it. And this is about preserving the lives and well-being of potentially hundreds of millions of children who live in conflict situations. It is also about who we are and the kind of society we want. So do we think it's acceptable that children are being treated in effect as regrettable but avoidable collateral damage in conflict that are not so very far away from where we are today? Last month, a new surge of fighting began in Libya, much of it around the capital city, Tripoli. By now, indiscriminate missiles and other fighting have killed several civilians and forced, at least at the last figures that I have, 66,500 people to leave their homes. The escalation in fighting is the worst Libya has seen in several years. And as UNICEF has reported, increasing numbers of children are, and I will quote, at imminent risk of injury or death. Already at least 1 civilian health center and 10 ambulances has been damaged. 1,800 children are among the civilians who require urgent evacuation from the worst conflict areas. And although millions of dollars have already been allocated to provide humanitarian assistance to civilians, access to aid is being blocked by both sides. In Yemen, after more than 4 years of terrible warfare and the creation of the world's worst humanitarian crisis, people are again facing a massive increase in the cholera epidemic. Last month, over 2,000 suspected cases were recorded every day, double the number observed in January. And according to the World Health Organization data, up until March 17th, more than 108,000 cases have been reported this year, in comparison with 371,000 cases in the whole of last year. So that means a trend of suspected cases up to 24%. So regardless of these numbers, over half of all health facilities in the country are out of action, many because of bombings, and nearly 20 million people lack access to adequate health care. Over half of them are children. From the moment of birth, the survival of children in Yemen is under threat, with many born outside the hospitals without skilled birth attendants, exposing many babies and mothers to the risk of infections and death. In addition, over 2 million children in Yemen are suffering from acute malnutrition, including 360,000 from severe acute malnutrition. Thousands of children have been killed or injured since the beginning of the conflict. Many more have died of preventable diseases, made worse by starvation. 2 million children in Yemen cannot attend school, and over 8 million do not have access to safe water and sanitation. So the number of children deeply and perhaps permanently traumatized by what they have experienced will never be known. As the UNDP recently concluded, even if the war in Yemen were to end tomorrow, it will take decades to return the country to its pre-conflict levels of development. This means the lives and destinies of several generations of children will be scarred. As the UN Secretary General pointed out recently, children did not start the war in Yemen. Neither did they play a part in the beginning of the conflict in Libya. In Syria, children did have a role at the onset of the conflict, the arrest, torture, and murder of adolescent children after they scrawled graffiti on the wall of their school in Daraa, led to peaceful public protests, which were met with a wave of violent repression. So this series of events is generally considered to be a major element of inflaming the conflict. In Syria, as the Committee on the Rights of the Child reported in February, 8 years of conflict have led to the killing of thousands of children, including by the use of indiscriminate, disproportionate, or unlawful weapons by all sides. The CRC and the Human Rights Council's Commission of Inquiry on Syria have concluded that many children have also been tortured in detention, often in front of their parents. Many other children and adolescents have been recruited as fighters, subjected to sexual violence, or suffered the repeated infliction of physical and emotional trauma. 2019 was the deadliest year yet for children in Syria, according to UNICEF. So this year marks the 70th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, the legal treatise which establishes that even in war, there must be a limit to suffering, and which lay down the very basic, minimal requirements for the protection of civilian families. It is also the 30th anniversary of the Convention of the Right of the Child, in which states commit to taking, and I will quote what the Convention says, all appropriate legislative, administrative, social and educational measures to protect the child from all forms of physical or mental violence, injury or abuse, neglect or negligent treatment, maltreatment or exploitation, including sexual abuse. End of quote. The Convention's commitments apply to all children at all times, everywhere, and the primary responsibility for upholding those commitments belongs to each national state. These commitments, under international humanitarian law and international human rights law, were made for all of us. The 4 Geneva Conventions are among the very few international treaties universally ratified. The Convention of the Right of the Child is the most widely ratified international human rights treaty, and they express something very powerful about the core requirement for every human being, that we must care for each other's destinies. But in conflict after conflict, these promises are being torn apart. We are seeing the lives of civilians shattered. Protected sites such as hospitals are repeatedly attacked. Protected fighting in urban areas quickly becomes indiscriminate and leads to attacks on basic infrastructure for civilians' lives, such as water, electricity, or, as in the Syrian conflict, bakeries. Over the past 8 years, long lines of women and children queuing up to fetch what may be their family's only food have been bombed again and again. In some countries, such as South Sudan, children are at very high risk of being killed, abducted, or recruited by the armed parties to serve as soldiers or workers. Reports by my office and the UN Peacekeeping Mission, UNMISS, have spoken of the sheer brutality of the sexual violence perpetrated along ethnic lines among women women and girls. So the number of children who have suffered rape by armed combatants in South Sudan or have been used as child soldiers is unknown. Everywhere, children caught up in conflict situations or children who have been forced to flee their homes are vulnerable to being sold or trafficked for labor, sexual, and other forms of exploitation. Trafficking of children by armed groups has been documented in conflicts in the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Asia, and it is a war crime. Children already marginalized because of their ethnic, religious, or national origin, because of disabilities, migrant status, or for any other reason, are usually at highest risk of these harms. In April, a young woman named Nuyen Mustafa delivered a heartbreaking speech to the Security Council. She was born with cerebral palsy, and she described living in Aleppo under daily bombardment, with intense fear that because she lacked a wheelchair, she would slow down her family and cause their death. In January 2014, when they finally fled Syria, 16-year-old Najin had to be carried out of the country by her brothers at great risk. We can do better, much better than this. Protecting the world's children from the worst effect of conflict is a goal we can achieve. It is feasible. The tools are in place. And in this city of international justice, we also need to take a stand. This protection is important, not only for the many children directly concerned, but also for us all. Excellencies, when I chose to become a pediatrician, it was partly because children, as the Declaration of the Rights of the Child points, need special safeguards and care. Because their brains and bodies are developing, the harms they suffer may have extremely deep and long-lasting impact. And because most children cannot adequately look after their own needs, we will, quote, undertake to ensure the child such protection and care as is necessary for his or her well-being. So the nourishment and care we bring to children has direct bearing on the future of humanity. Without strong commitment to children, we undermine not only the destiny of many individuals, but also our community's strength. Protecting children's rights and well-being should be absolutely basic to who we are. All children possess inherent worth and should have an equal chance to thrive, whatever their social origin, gender, place of birth, or family situation. Like a mirror, the situation of children around the world reflects many trends of recent decades. There has been progress, and Helen has mentioned that, most clearly with respect to children's health, education, and the struggle to end extreme poverty. But in the case of children caught in conflict, the trend has been one of deepening calamity. Clearly, the best way to protect these children would be to prevent conflict from happening in the first place, to prevent outbreaks of conflict and boost the society's ability to heal divisions and avoid generating deep grievances. A range of human rights-based tools is available, including the detailed roadmap to sustainable development drawn up as the 2030 Agenda. Last month, the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Children and Conflict, Virginia Gamba, launched a new initiative to strengthen the protection of children affected by armed conflict and promote better information about the fleet of children affected by war. The Act to Protect campaign will seek to generate greater awareness and support actions to end and prevent grave violations committed against children in times of conflict. The recruitment and use of children, killing and maiming children, sexual violence against children, attacks on schools and hospitals, abduction of children, and denial of humanitarian access. So I will pass the commercial, Virginia, you will let me? So I invite you all to join the Act to Protect campaign and to work together to provide effective protection to all children. Just last month, the Security Council adopted an important new resolution on conflict-related sexual violence. Resolution 2467 adds significantly to the international community's understanding of the dimension of these abuses and their impact on victims and survivors. It also brings fresh focus on accountability and prevention. While it could have gone further, it is still a strong affirmation of the Security Council's collective commitment to use all means at its disposal, including sanctions and other targeted measures, to respond to sexual violence against women and children in armed conflict. The Security Council noted for the first time that children born of sexual violence face sometimes life-threatening harm linked to the harms inflicted on their mothers, and that this includes the risk of statelessness, discrimination and marginalization, and physical and psychological injury. The resolution also calls on states to recognize the equal rights of these children in national laws and asks for follow-up reporting by the Secretary General. In addition, the Secretary General issues annual report to the Security Council on children and armed conflict, which specifically name parties to conflict that commit grave human rights violations against children. This has become an effective mechanism to engage in dialogue with listed governments and armed groups, encouraging them to develop action plans to halt and prevent violations against children. To date, 28 listed parties have signed 29 action plans, including 11 government forces and 17 non-state armed groups. Of those, 12 parties fully comply with their action plans and were consequently delisted. But although these mechanisms are vital, it is also essential to ensure accountability for the perpetrators. This is true for all victims, of course, but especially so when the most vulnerable members of our human family, children, are victims. Here in The Hague, key institutions have pursued accountability for crimes suffered by countless children and other victims in countries shattered by conflict. In these cities, the tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, joined later by the International Criminal Court, the residual mechanism for criminal tribunals, and the Kosovo Specialist Chamber, have advanced crucial protection and rendered justice in emblematic cases. Elsewhere, groundbreaking cases before the Special Court for Sierra Leone and the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia have also focused on the rights of children. And this work is not limited to courts. The investigative mechanism set up by the United Nations to prepare criminal cases concerning Syria and Myanmar, where thousands and thousands of children have been swept up in the vast waves of violence, are also crucially important in maintaining focus on the forceful demand for justice that crimes against children impose on all of us. Justice is not only about punishing the perpetrators of past crime. Some remedies involve compensation to victims, acknowledging the reality and illegitimacy of what has been done to children can be fundamental in rebuilding a sense of self. There is also a powerful deterrent function to judicial proceedings. They prevent future crime. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, this is not a time for complacency in the human rights community. We are struggling intensely to preserve the rule-based international order in the face of heavy headwinds, whether in terms of arms control, climate, development, trade, international humanitarian law, or human rights. And I'm confident we will succeed. In just the last few decades, many countries have traveled from dictatorship to democracy, my own among others. Others have recognized key rights for people deprived of basic freedoms for generations. Millions of people have risen out of poverty, have been able to contribute more fully to public life. Human rights are powerful. They improve lives for millions of people. They strengthen societies and charter the path for a better collective future for humanity. So I will repeat what was already said here about your founder, Eglantine Jeff, who founded Save the Children and contributed to drafting the Declaration of the Rights of the Children when she told her followers, let us clearly understand that this is not impossible. And I tell you today that the struggle to prevent great crimes against children is likewise not impossible. Time and again, in a long struggle for human equality, dignity, and rights, ordinary people, people with burdens and fears and doubts, look at their conscience and took action. They drew on each other's strength and their sense of basic decency, and they rose up to take a stand. I have seen this done. I know it can be done again. So our great international laws, treaties, and judicial institutions need powerful advocates and stronger support. We need to stand firm on their achievements and build on them to chart new ways forward to better protection of children everywhere. Because the slaughter of children and their casual physical and emotional destruction are not an inevitable part of human condition. Because if we do not take a stand for children's rights, who are we and what has happened to our humanity and values? Because if we don't act now, when? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle Bachelet, and such an important reminder on the 70th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, the absolute urgency to have them enforced in war zones, particularly with regards to children. We're now going to go to a more creative intermezzo, and we're going to hear from a Save the Children ambassador, Mariam Ahmed. She is from Nigeria. She's 19 years old. And she has been working as an ambassador for Save the Children inside her own country. And she's an advocate there for girls' rights against child marriage and sexual abuse. She has worked with various organizations, including Save the Children, and the media to promote the well-being of girls. Mariam has participated in various high-level meetings, including the United Nations General Assembly. She's going to read a poem now that she herself wrote. So welcome to the stage, please, Mariam.
A girl with a book. There's nothing more frightening than a girl with a book. For I am ambitious, inquisitive, I am outspoken and proud. I'll refuse forced marriages because I have a choice, and I'll speak out when I'm raped because it's not my shame. I have a right to be educated. I have a right to be consulted. I have a right to experience childhood, and I have the right to attain my very full potential. They know for sure I'll grow up one day, and when that day comes, I'll bring about change. No soldier, no gun, no landmine, and no bomb has ever succeeded in shutting me down. Strong that I am, the girl with a book. Distant whispers blew in my ear of how cool it is to be timid and afraid. An enlightened mind, I guess, just gives them the creeps. So they put things they know will stand in my way. There's nothing more frightening than a girl with a book. Hear my voice, dear parents. Stand up for me, dear nations. Wipe my tears, dear loved ones. The truth will set you free. Which truth, you ask? You already feel free. But a truth unacknowledged is a truth no less, that investing in us, that educating us girls and educating us now is the master key for shaping the world. There is nothing more powerful than a girl with a book.
Thank you, Mariam, for that fantastic poem. Indeed, there is nothing more powerful than a girl with a book. For our next intermezzo, we're going to hear some music. This is from a famous Dutch singer, Thomas Koekoek. He is 10 years old. Now, we've been hearing a lot today about how children who are caught up in conflicts don't have any guarantee of a very bright future. They don't even know what tomorrow is going to look like. And that is something that Thomas is now going to sing about. Please welcome Thomas Koekoek.
Tomorrow, clears away the
Thank you so much. That was absolutely beautiful. Give him another round of applause. Okay, we're going to welcome onto the stage now those who are participating in our first panel on safety, upholding the international laws and standards to protect children in conflict. So as our panelists come on stage, I'm going to actually introduce them as they're coming up. We have Vanessa Murphy here. She's an international expert on children and on children and international humanitarian law for the ICRC. We also have Virginia Gamba, who is the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict. We're very honored to have her. Dr. Ibrahim M. Shinwari, the Deputy Minister of Education for the Government of Afghanistan. And we also have Peter Wilson, the UK Ambassador to the Netherlands, as well as Luciana Misha, National Coordinator for the Implementation of International Humanitarian Law for the Ministry of Defense with the Government of Argentina. So please give everybody a good welcome. Right, now to set off, really, to begin, what we're going to do is we're going to give everybody an opportunity to talk briefly, initially, about the efforts and successes that their governments have had in implementing humanitarian law and protecting children in conflict. We're going to start with Virginia Gamba. As I've said, Virginia is the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for conflict and for children and armed conflict. I should also mention that Virginia has had a long career in working in peace and security, humanitarian security, and disarmament and human issues. This experience includes serving as Assistant Secretary General of the Joint Investigative Mechanism in Syria and work as a senior lecturer. So I'll let Ms. Gamba take it away.
Well, thank you very much. I was going to read, but I don't think it's a time for reading. You wanted action, so I think we need to go for action, right? And I thank Michelle because she helped me by passing my advertisement on the Act to Protect campaign. So I'm squared there. I think what my office has been trying to do for over 22 years is to devise some way in which one can monitor in a collective manner, monitor and report on these 6 grave violations, which we do not choose. The Security Council hands it to us. The same happens with our monitoring mechanism. It's handed to us by the Security Council. Now, having said that, it's been a lot of years. We've had 63 listed parties, verifiable and verified, that have committed these grave violations. And to give you an idea, about 80% of those are non-state actors, with a smaller percentage governmental actors. We have, the perhaps interesting thing of the office is that once the Secretary General decides to list and mention a perpetrator of one of the 6 grave violations, the immediate turn about of that is that we have to try from our office to reach those perpetrators and convince them to engage in a joint action plan to stop the violation. And that might take us several years. It will be a roadmap. There will be putting in place a number of measures that hopefully would stick through time. If it's a government, we would insist on a law of the child that would criminalize the 6 grave violations. Many times in engaging, we learn things that otherwise you would never find out. So to make it short, I have learned in the last 2 years so much from dealing with non-state actors, dealing with warlords, dealing with criminal gang groups. And I was in Central African Republic last week. I was a week there, dealing with all of these groups. And it's very interesting. I keep telling them, you know, what is the value of peace to you? And what is so fascinating, everybody, governments and armed groups, unless they're the extremely violent ones, they really want a safe environment to operate. So they want peace, but peace is a road. Where they differ is the object of peace. What's the peace good for? Why would they gain by peace? So I guess the first item that we should understand is that peace agreements, ceasefires, peace processes, national dialogues are critical, not just to protect children and pass this message to everybody, including armed groups, but also to generate national prevention plans that would prevent the violations in the future. You have to protect and you have to prevent. And of course, you have to hear the children. If you don't go out and hear what the children feel and want, then it's very hard to do that. Please understand that don't talk just of governments. It's also armed groups, but there are other two items that really conspire against children. And this is corruption, and this is the economic dimensions of conflict, greed, and the exploitation of children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to turn now to Dr. Ibrahim Shinwari. If you could please just give us sort of an update yourself on the work that your government has been doing. Okay,
thank you very much, dear participant, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished panel members. You know, Afghanistan is one of, still, unfortunately, the worst place for the children, because it's 41st year that country is in war, and though there are some measures to protect children, and there are progresses since 2001 when international community came. So the number of children in schools increased tenfold, and the number of schools increased 12 times than previous, but still we have problems. And according to the United Nations Assistance Mission report last year in 2018, around 11,000 casualties were there of children. So about 7,000 killed and 7,000 injured and around 4,000 injured children in the country. And all of us agree that it cannot be tolerated that a child would be killed in armed conflict. And another unfortunate aspect of war in Afghanistan is in some areas still schools are closed, and even last year there were some attacks on schools and some schools were shut down. So we have 3.7 million children out of school. And when schools are closed, this big negative army is supported. So what we did in last 2-3 years to stop and to prevent, first we signed a safe school declaration, which brings some positive changes in country, and we gain some support of the communities based on this. The second was we developed a school safety framework together with Save the Children, which outline the main strategies on how to prevent schools and school-age children. Also, we utilize some traditional approaches, like we call Jarga, like council of community leaders, religious leaders. And that was very helpful, and they supported us to open 400 out of 1,000 closed schools. And hopefully this year and the year ahead, we will open the rest of closed school, which is 600 schools. And in the meantime, we developed an early warning system. When a school is occupied by any security forces by mistake, so we get information immediately, and we have agreement with National Security Council, which is the top authority, and they have assigned a group, and they are contacting immediately with the top level of the Minister of Defense, Interior, and National Security, and they are vacating the school. So this is helping a lot. Meantime, we agreed with Ministry of Health to provide immediate medical support whenever there's a tick or bomb blasting or something in school or about students. So finally, if we see like bringing children into schools, prevent children to join armed forces, and all these measures were beneficial. But as I told you, still Afghanistan is one of the worst place for children. So by hoping that our world is free of war and all of our children are free of neglect, abuse, discrimination, exploitation, and violence, I will end my speech.
Thank you.
God bless you and God bless all children of the world.
Thank you, Dr. Shinwari. I should have mentioned when I was introducing him. Yeah, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I should have mentioned that Dr. Shinwari has held the position of Deputy Minister for Education for 3 years, and during that time he's made major education reforms, including reforms in the curriculum. And I'm just going to move on to Luciana Misha, as well as holding the role of National Coordinator for the implementation of international humanitarian law with the Ministry of Defense in Argentina. You also are a PhD candidate in political science and the Director of the Center of International Political Studies at the University of Buenos Aires. Mm-hmm. You also have experience as the first National Director for Peacekeeping and Peace Cooperation of the Ministry of Defense. So I'll turn over to you.
And I'm still young.
Very much so.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, Highness, everyone. One of the things that I think we all know is that we're dealing with consequences, but we have to think about preventive actions. Prevention is the only thing we have. And with Safe Cool Declaration, that it's one of the most important things Argentina and Norway are doing right now, with Spain now, and with a lot of other, like UK and other, Chile, of course, other friends and governments, is like dealing especially with prevention of using schools and universities, and preventing the attacks and the use of military places during war, during conflict. We are always speaking about consequences, how kids are not going to school, and we have a challenge here in international humanitarian law. As you said, I'm the head of implementing international humanitarian law in my country. We are a group of intergovernmental ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Interior, Security, and Justice and Human Rights, and of course, Ministry of Defense. And we all together analyze what are the gray areas of international humanitarian law where we have to deal with. And one of the special gray area is that while dealing with abandoned schools, military can use them. And as you all know, during war, one of the things we do is not letting our kids go into school because it's very dangerous. So every school, it's beginning to be abandoned. So there is a gray area in the international humanitarian law where militaries can use infrastructure for several things, for using for healthcare or using for putting all the things that they need to be operating in that same area. And of course, attacking school, that it's not, of course, in the international humanitarian law. And the problem nowadays, during conflicts, as you all know, is that collateral damage is changing radically. Collateral damage, it's now being known as, when we speak about conflict, we've seen nowadays in conflicts destroying of cultural property, displacement, forced displacement, civilian attack to schools and hospitals. So one of the things that it's strategic as systematically being attacked are these civilian aspects that are internationally safeguarded. And non-state organizations and non-state actors, and somehow some state actors, use these specific places like churches, like schools, to give operational support for their operational attacks. So my job is to speak with my militaries, my commanders, under our Ministry of Defense, and letting them know that Argentina, with Norway, with Spain, are struggling with a lot of international support to make this declaration, Safe School Declaration, have a lot of endorsement. Nowadays, the first conference was held on Norway in 2015, and we have 35 states endorsements of this declaration. The second international conference was in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, in 2017, and we had 75 endorsements in Argentina. And now, next week, we are having in Palma de Mallorca, in Spain, our third conference, international conference, and we are likely saying that we almost have 90 states, member states, and some states that are relevant in internationally, like Belgium, UK, France, Canada. And we are making a lot of progress in implementing this this paper, this declaration, into guidelines for military guys, for military action in planning our operation and strategic measures during war. That's why I think that the implementation of practical and preventive actions during war, there must be done with our governments and, of course, with all the NGOs that are supporting this coalition for attacking school.
Thank you. We'll be coming back to your subject of protecting schools as well in a minute. I'd like to turn now to Vanessa Murphy. As I've said, you are the institutional expert for children and international humanitarian law for the ICRC. For anybody who doesn't know, although I'm sure there isn't anybody, the ICRC are responsible for impartial, neutral, independent humanitarian mission around the world. They protect the lives and dignity of victims in armed conflicts and provide people with assistance. They also endeavor to prevent suffering by promoting and strengthening international humanitarian law. I certainly, for one, as an international journalist, have long admired and witnessed the work done by your colleagues in the field. So thank you so much for being here. I'll just hand over to you to introduce your work in terms of humanitarian law and children.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here on behalf of the ICRC. And the example that I would like to speak to you about today is the work that we do at the ICRC to work with parties to armed conflict to uphold international humanitarian law, and just really how important this body of law is for the protection of children every day. So at the ICRC, we see the everyday achievements of IHL, which are often sort of invisible. So every time a child who is wounded is led through a checkpoint, every time a child in a camp receives humanitarian relief, every time a child is demobilized from an armed group, we see that actually IHL is possible to implement, and then when it is implemented, the difference is visible, even though maybe not visible at the political level, visible certainly on the ground to those who matter. Now, as the ICRC, we also see often what happens in the suffering of children when parties to armed conflict choose not to implement international humanitarian law. And in particular, at the moment, one of the things that we're particularly concerned about is what we see to be the selective implementation of the law, in particular when certain children are associated with certain labels like violent extremist and labels like terrorist. What we see at the ICRC is that these labels, the attribution of these labels, places these children at particular risk of a lower level of implementation of their rights and protections under IHL and other bodies of law. So at the ICRC, what we do is we speak to parties to armed conflict, both state and non-state actor, in a confidential and bilateral dialogue to ask them and to remind them of their obligations under IHL. And when we do that, we often see that it is not so politically palatable to lay down the letter of the law in answer to questions of, in particular, national security, even in matters concerning children. And so it's true that the conflicts of today often raise emotive and political questions. And here, we as the ICRC, and we also as an international community, must reaffirm publicly and over again that IHL and other bodies of international law are the foundation on which our future generations' protection must be built. And that also that these laws, they were not made to be confined to glossy legal text. They are made to, they are designed for the dirty front lines of battle. They are very realistic actually to implement, and often we see them implemented. So what we are doing this year at the ICRC is, first of all, applauding Save the Children's pillar of the Stop the War campaign to ask states to really fulfill their commitments under IHL. And at the ICRC, we are also celebrating, yes, the 70th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions. And as part of this anniversary, we are joining the Save the Children call, asking states to publicly reaffirm their commitment to IHL, to reinvigorate how you implement IHL internally within your domestic framework. So really bring it home, look at how you can implement, as you were talking about, internally, how you train your militaries, how your military codes reflect IHL. And then, second of all, to look at expanding the universal ratification of the Geneva Conventions to other IHL treaties, such as the additional protocols, and other IHL-related treaties, such as the optional protocol on children in armed conflict. So, yes, that's what we're doing this year at the ICRC.
Quite a lot. Thank you. Let's give it up. Finally, we have Peter Wilson, British ambassador to the Netherlands. He was appointed the ambassador in 2017. Prior to this, he was deputy permanent representative of the UK mission to the UN and served as the director of strategy for the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over to you so you could talk a little bit about what your government have been doing.
Thank you very much. I mean, just to start, I just really want to emphasise that my government believes that the multilateral effort to tackle this is really important. And I think when you're talking about this, we often talk in language that is, very familiar to people in this room, and it sounds like something that everybody should be in favour of. Well, I have to tell you, and Virginia knows this well from New York, negotiating these things is not easy. There is not a clear understanding in the Security Council by everybody that we should be setting these kinds of norms. There's not a clear understanding in the Security Council by everybody that we should be trying to push the boundaries. When we negotiated the first resolution on women, peace and security in the year 2000, Argentina was on the Security Council, and we both battled hard to get that through, to try and establish the kind of bedrocks that you've just been talking about, and they really matter. So when you go to countries, when the Security Council travels, people will come up to us and they will talk about these resolutions. They will talk about the wording in these resolutions, and they will seek to use those resolutions to hold their governments to account. So first simple message, multilateralism matters. It's not easy, but when it's done right, it works. Second thing is, we do put our money where our mouth is. Now, I'm looking out the corner of my eye at the Norwegian ambassador, who's going to tell me that they're at 1% of GDP on aid. We're at a mere 0.7%, but we are very proud of it. We believe in it very strongly. We've been able to maintain that commitment for well over a decade. So we are prepared to put our money where our mouth is, and we are prepared to invest in this. But organizations like Save the Children are brilliant at mobilizing the generosity of our communities, because also several panel members have said this is not just about government. Final thing I wanted to say is a lot of this is about focus. So you've talked very interestingly about Argentina's efforts to protect schools. A particular focus for my government is preventing sexual violence. And Helle Thorning-Schmidt has said to us that we need to not look away. I thought that was a very powerful statement that you made. One of the problems I think we have is that people like me tend to talk in initials. So so I'm in the Foreign Office, in the corridors, we talk about PSVI. PSVI, we should really be doing more on PSVI. We are talking about preventing sexual violence. It is a horrific thing, and it is much, much more widespread than I have to say that before I got involved in these issues, I ever imagined. And the way we're trying to do it, and we have made progress on it since we started this campaign in 2012, is just to break it down. And in particular now, we're focusing on the stigma that victims of sexual violence and the products of sexual violence, children who are born as a result of sexual violence, face, the kind of shunning that goes on in families, the kind of exclusion that goes on in schools, and the kind of denial of access to medical care in a way that actually ultimately affects those children's chances of survival. So those are the kinds of things we're focusing on. But if you can do those things, if you can fight the multilateral cause to create the frameworks, if you can invest resources as governments, and if you can focus in ways that each of us can do to break down the problem, you really can make a big difference.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to be going back to our panelists here to ask some more follow-up questions. I should also mention that several government delegations really wanted to be involved and really wanted to share their vision of what they're doing and to make new commitments on protecting children in conflict zones. So throughout, we're going to hear from some government delegations that are present in the room. But first, I want to return to Virginia Gamba and really ask you, what the biggest challenges are that you're currently facing in your role, especially, with regards to children in armed conflict.
I think the worst is the changing nature of armed conflict, because everything is set up in the system to work in a certain way. Let me give you some examples. If you have got a peacekeeping mission somewhere, they will be within the confines of the territory, the sovereign territory of the country where they're placed. But the problem many times today is not national, it's regional. So you have this cross-border effect, particularly with children, where we've seen many cases where a child is abducted in one country, it's used in a second country, and it's released or escapes in a third country. Without a standard operating procedure for handover and release of children that is common to the region, then it falls through the cracks. So I think that's the most important, is that the conflict is changing. We have to contain as well as protect. So protect and contain regionally, I think, is terribly important. The other thing that I think is very, very different today, in most of the countries of extreme conflict that I have 20 of these across the planet.
Wow.
I would say that, just in the car, 50% of the whole population is under 20. In South Sudan, 75% of all the population is under 24, with 40% of the population under 16. So what we're seeing is children are at the center, both of the conflict and of the misery. We have to stop thinking of children being at the margins of conflict and being victims at the margin. They are at the center. Many times, protracted conflict never ends. Even if you attack, if you're a government or a group of governments and you attack to try to stop, let's say, an armed group, chances are that the armed group will go immediately and re-recruit children to make up the numbers. So unless you take the child out of the equation, the conflict continues. So they are the fuel of the war. They are being used and abused by armed conflict in a dynamic of its own. And it's not just combat. They use reporters, the sexual trafficking, selling them. They are part of this economy. So many times everything is linked. You abduct a girl, you go to a school, you attack a school, you abduct the girls. The girls then, if they are 12 and above, then they can be used as wives and they are sent and sold and used. But if they are under 10, Then it's a growing violation. They're strapped with explosives. And then they don't know what they're doing. I mean, they're 8, right? And then they're sent back, released back to their families. So they're blown up in the market, in the church, in the families. They go running back because they want to go back home. They have no idea that they become a weapon. So I think the complexity of how one violation leads to the other one and the other one is something that is very difficult to find the gaps and see where you can cut the flow of the conflict.
Thank you. And Dr. Shinwari, if I could turn to you, I have the same question for you. Obviously, Afghanistan is in an extremely challenging situation right now, but what are the main challenges for your work, especially with regards to education, access to education for children?
Okay, as I mentioned, the first and most dangerous challenge is insecurity. And in Afghanistan, the situation is the same. Like, insecurity is also spreading. Before it was only in West and East province, no, but now it is spreading to West, North, and all across the country. And meantime, like, new players are coming to the game, like ISIS and some irresponsible armed group. Local militias and some drug involved people. And this is the reason that it is multidimensional. And war is the biggest challenge ahead, access to education. Second, and sometimes lack of schools. Still in Afghanistan, we don't have schools in many areas. And thirdly, in some areas we have established schools, but that doesn't have building. While the security is not good, and culturally and traditionally, people do not want to send their, especially daughters, to insecure area and in the area where there is no privacy. So that's the third cause. And in some areas, distance and difficult geography also could be a challenge. And very minimal culture in some area also could be a challenge, especially for girls after they are growing and they are reaching grade 9 and 10.
Is the cultural challenge greater at this stage, or is it more the insecurity? I mean, effectively, is the war a bigger threat to education for girls in particular?
Like, if you compare, I could say more than 80% is war and insecurity. And cultural problem is reducing. Now people are getting awareness and they're pro-education, and even in very difficult geographical area, while the security is better, people are sending their daughters. So I can say maybe 1, 2, or 3% cultural issues.
And over the last 18 years, a lot of time and money and lives have been invested within Afghanistan, of course, in building up the education system. Do you feel like there is an increased challenge now to maintain the progress that has been made?
Yeah, definitely. Like, maintaining the progress, also solving the challenges. Both are very important. Like, on one hand, we see number of students are increased 10 times. Like, from almost 1 million, now it is 9 million. And the schools from 2000, now we have 17,000 schools. But still we have like huge challenges, like around 45 to 50% of our schools are without building. And since the education system expanded dramatically in few years, the level of education and quality is very low. Like only 45% of all our teachers can meet the minimum standard. So to tackle all these challenges of access, quality, and relevance, we need huge and strong work.
Thank you. Just moving on to Luciana, if I may. Now, can you talk to us a little bit more about the role that the Argentinian government is playing in making schools safer and the treatment of children within schools?
Raising awareness about the specific rules of engagement of militaries that has endorsed, governments that had endorsed the declaration. We need to change our doctrine. We need to change our planning system. We need to change our training, not only for military and security, but also for peacekeeping operation centers that perhaps they don't know, but for instance, in Haiti, our guys in Haiti use some schools to storage humanitarian assistance, I don't know, shoes and whatever they have to deal with. And those schools were attacked from gangs and stole, and they destroyed the school. So we are dealing with not only war, but also peacekeeping operations. And with our Center for Peacekeeping Operations, that is called CAICOPAS, and with all the regional peacekeeping centers. So it's not a matter of what internal as nationals we can do, but for a regional level and for the international level, as you say, cooperation. And for us, Argentina and Norway, that it's there, and Spain, and the coalition, it's very important that the ones who endorse the declaration, like Afghanistan, make it very clear inside their Ministry of Defense. There are civilians in their Ministry of Defense, there are military in the Ministry of Defense, that they have to change their rules of engagement, they have to change their doctrine and their planning for not only not attacking school, but not using schools and universities facilities under whatever circumstances they need. It's just prohibited. You cannot use them. And this is really, really hard. When we all here are civilians, but I'm usually with military audience, and they said, and they look at me and say, hey, come on, Luciana, it's not fair. We are militaries and governmental organizations or terrorists are using schools. I don't care. You can't use them. I don't care what they do. You can use them because this is a fact and we endorse the declaration. And you must never use them by any chance. So that is a challenge because my military guys look at me and say, come on, we can do anything. I know, because we are going to be charged and be held irresponsibly in judge and in court if you do use universities or school facilities. And that's why we are very strong in doctrine to implement these guidelines. We call it, we have 6 different guidelines for all the people that all the government that endorse the school declaration. And we know that we are very hard on that, but we need to make a change and we need to be preventive.
And part of what you'd mentioned before was the Safe Schools Conference, which is coming up in Palma de Mallorca. And we now have the Spanish ambassador here who's going to come and speak a little bit on this subject.
Yeah.
Mrs. Maria Jesus Alonso Jimenez. Apologies if I have not pronounced that correctly. Hopefully I have. The Spanish ambassador to the Netherlands. Prior to this role, she served as the ambassador for the promotion of gender equality policies and has been the Spanish ambassador to both Cameroon and Ghana. Thank you. Let's welcome her up to speak a little bit more on her government's efforts. Thank you. You are, I believe here is, yeah. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, High Commissioner, Excellence Mrs. Thorning-Schmidt, CEO of Save the Children International, Excellence the Mayor of The Hague, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure to be attending this important event, precisely the year in which Save the Children commemorate its centennial. 100 years improving the lives of children. I would like to thank Save the Children for inviting me to this symposium and giving me the opportunity to present another important event on children, which is the Safe Schools Conference. I was supposed to talk a little bit in general about the conference and the declaration, but since Mrs. Micha presented it much better than I can do, I will limit myself really, well, first of all, to thank Argentina and Norway for being the leaders in this idea of the Declaration of Safe Schools, because without their leadership, this third edition of the conference wouldn't have been possible. So I think what I'm going to do then, as you presented that well, the objective of this initiative is to explain to you what we intend to do in Palma de Mallorca on the 28th and the 29th of May. So in cooperation with the main international institutions and organizations, we have identified some of the main challenges that need to be considered and which will be deeply discussed in two thematic high-level panels. The first panel will be devoted to the gendered impact of attacks on education and military use of educational infrastructure. We cannot forget that conflicts affect differently boys and girls, unfortunately. The second one will debate how to improve the current systems of monitoring, reporting, and accountability for attacks on students, teachers, and schools. There will be also a practical aspect focused on the implementation of the guidelines, which Mrs. Micha has explained very well, for protecting schools and universities from military use during conflicts. From an operational perspective, we will listen to the experience of representatives of the ICRC, UNICEF, and Geneva Call, as well as to state representatives from Afghanistan, Mali, or Somalia. In a breakout session, there will be a very innovative practice through a tabletop exercise using the guidelines for protecting schools and universities from military use during armed conflicts. In the closing session, Spain, as host of the conference, will present the chair's summary with a brief account of the discussions of the conference and outlining the next steps in the Safe Schools Declaration process. Delegations from 87 countries, more than 200 representatives coming from international organizations, the United Nations system, NATO, the External European Service, main civil society organizations will be meeting in Palma at high level. As you know, the use of schools, it's endangering students' and teachers' safety and hindering access to education. And schools are too often used as military targets. There is still a considerable way to go in the field of respect of the international humanitarian law and the protection of the most vulnerable groups and of their rights. We hope that the conference in Palma de Mallorca, which follows the conference in Norway and Argentina, will be a success, that it will have a real impact on the protection of education in conflict and accountability, and will contribute to the progressive universality of the Safe Schools Declaration. Education should not be a target. Children should never become direct victims of a conflict. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to go to Vanessa Murphy now with the ICRC. Now, we know, obviously, the ICRC are present on the ground in many, if not all, conflicts today. Is there a pressing issue, though, that you see impeding the application of humanitarian law right now?
And yes, I mean, obviously the choice for pressing issues is overwhelming. A particularly emblematic issue that we see at the moment is, because it cuts to the heart of all children's right to be seen first and foremost as children, is the need for the protection of children related to or associated with groups designated as terrorist. And that includes those certainly not limited to children in the foreign fighter context. So So yeah, that is something that we are confronted with daily, the different standards of protection that these children see. And in particular, we are raising three legal obligations. We are reaffirming the need to abide by three legal obligations vis-a-vis these children, so children associated with groups designated as terrorist. And the first one of these obligations is the best interest principle. So this is a core obligation in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is that in all matters or decisions concerning children, states have an obligation to take the child's best interest as a primary consideration. And that applies to all children and includes decisions related to children designated with groups or associated with groups designated as terrorist. And then the second and related obligation is a child's right not to be separated from its parents against their will, subject to specific legal exceptions. And so on that note, we are calling on states to consider the rules on family unity when they are considering repatriating children. So we are saying consider repatriating children in the foreign fighter context with their parents, even where judicial procedures wait upon return and with due respect to the principle of non-refoulement. And then the final obligation that we are highlighting vis-a-vis these children is that there is a huge family of rules that already exists about the treatment of children who we call child soldiers, right? So there's OPAC, there's the Paris Principles, there's a huge body of law that's out there, there's guidance, the UN has done huge work on the treatment of child soldiers, and this also applies to child soldiers who have fought or been used by groups designated as terrorist. So those are sort of the three things we feel the need to reaffirm at this present point. Specifically on the issue of children in the foreign fighter context, the ICRC is very, very aware that it is an extremely complex humanitarian situation. But with that said, we still feel the need to reaffirm that children are first and foremost children, whether or not they are associated with groups designated as terrorist, whether they themselves are foreign fighters, and whether or not they are related, they have parents who have taken action in that context.
Thank you for that. We're going to hear now from a Mrs. Yoshiko Kijima, the Deputy Ambassador for Japan here in the Netherlands. She's going to come and speak with us.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for your kind introduction, and distinguished guests and the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I am very grateful to be here today to celebrate together the 100th anniversary of Save the Children. I would like to express my gratitude to those who have put so much effort in organizing this symposium. And I really enjoyed the discussion and the new information, updated knowledge for the audience, including me. This year also marks the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and it has been 25 years since Japan's ratification of the Convention. Recalling the spirit and the aim of the Convention, I would like to emphasize the importance of addressing the issue of children and armed conflict, which is the theme of today's symposium. This is a good chance for Japan. Usually Japan is very famous about the silence is the gold, but thank you very much for this chance to introduce what Japan recently did. Now, allow me to introduce Japan's recent efforts concerning the global partnership to end violence against children. In February 2018 last year, when the Agenda 2030 for Children End Violence Solutions Summit took place in Stockholm, Mr. Manabu Hori, at the time the Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, decided Japan's 3 commitments. I am happy to announce that these commitments have been all realized by today. First, to become a pathfinding country of the global partnership. Second, to join the board of the global partnership, which is supported by the board and came into the outcome that Mr. Taro Kono, Foreign Minister of Japan, assumed one of the board members in May last year. And finally, As Ambassador Peter Wilson also mentioned, the responsibility of the government is also not big, but small. The financial support is also the practical help that Royal Highness mentioned. Japan committed to provide support amounting to about $6 million to the Fund to End Violence Against Children, which was earmarked to projects for the protection of children in the conflicts in Uganda and Nigeria. These projects are currently being carried out in cooperation with NGOs, including Save the Children. Through UNICEF, Japan also has offered support to children affected by conflicts such as child soldiers in many countries. Japan also has an organization like JICA, which is also offered projects to those African countries and the Middle East countries. As it has always been, Japan will continue our support for the future that its children and contribute to the international effort to end the violence against children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Yoshiko Kojima. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly turn with one last question here for Ambassador Wilson. Now, you had mentioned before the issue of stigma attached to children, particularly to those who are victims of sexual violence. What is the British government doing to address the issue of stigma?
Thank you, and I can also see that you can't see it, but there's a little red light flashing over here. It's
This is
really
true.
inhibiting, but so I'm going to be super quick.
Thank you.
The point about this is, first of all, on preventing sexual violence, the approach that we've taken since 2012 is to really try to listen to the voice of victims. You talked a little bit about silence being golden. We agree silence is not golden. We really wanted people to speak up and to listen. And one of the things we discovered when doing that was that there really is a big policy and prevention gap in dealing with the stigma that I just talked about. Now, one of the ways of addressing this, and I know it can kind of feel weird sometimes doing this, but it really does make a difference. Spanish ambassador talked about the conference that's happening in Mallorca. We're trying to do the same thing in November, where we're trying to bring people together to look, first of all, at issues of impunity. You're going to be talking about that with the prosecutor of the ICC, with Karim Khan and with others on your next panel, but to really look at commitments from states about ending impunity. That's step number one. The second thing was to use media and to use faith groups to talk about stigma and to talk about people who often in their communities, as I said, have been shunned or have been forgotten. And then thirdly, we're just really talking about practical implementation. When we did the first big conference on this, we said, it's time to act. We are acting, and I think all of you are involved in things that mean that we are acting. And you've heard a lot from different governments, from different non-governmental organizations about acting, but it's about bringing it together, being practical and implementing it. It's about breaking it down step by step over time and just really cracking this problem. Can I just say one last word, and then I'll shut up. I just really do want to say it is an honor to be part of this panel. 100 years of Save the Children, it's quite something. I mean, this is an extraordinary global organization that brings people together, where people are doing things. I'm talking a lot about what governments are doing, but actually what people do, you know, both the funds they raise, the practical things that they do, the way in which Save the Children is able to help on the ground, the way people like Hella Thorning-Schmidt have become global advocates for these issues, putting them in front of people. It's incredible. And when I think of what Save the Children used to look like when I was a child, I'm 51, it looked different. And now it's an extraordinary organization, and I just feel really proud to be on that panel helping you to celebrate 100 years. Well done.
Thank you, Ambassador Wilson. Thank you. Finally, we're going to hear from the government of Norway, from Mr. Martin Serby. He is the Norwegian ambassador to Netherlands. He's held that position for 2 years. He's going to come up and speak now. Yeah, this is fine.
Well, I'm glad they finished the music, so I didn't get to sing. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, and dear panelists, I would like to thank the Save the Children for the War on Children report and the symposium. The report identifies 3 key shortcomings in preventing the crisis facing children in conflict today. First, states and non-state actors are failing to uphold standards in their own conduct, or they are failing to insist on this from their allies and from others over whom they have influence. Secondly, governments are taking too little action to hold perpetrators of violations to account for their crimes. Thirdly, not enough is being invested in practical action on the ground to protect children in conflict and to support their recovery. We agree with you that it is along all of these 3 dimensions, enhanced action is required by all stakeholders politically and operationally. Allow me to very briefly highlight 6 priorities of the Norwegian government to that end. First, Norway is a candidate for the Security Council 2021. Protection of civilians will be a priority if we are being elected member. We have also increased our humanitarian funding for child protection. And as Ambassador Wilson has already informed you, we have been consistently during the last 15 years or so allocating more than 1% of our GDP to development aid. Thirdly, we will continue to work actively to promote compliance with international humanitarian law. We will counter attempts to weaken international humanitarian law obligations. Fourthly, children are disproportionately affected by explosive weapons. Norway assumed the presidency of the Mine Ban Convention in November 2018, which we regard as a key tool of protection. Fifthly, preventing and responding to sexual and gender-based violence, exploitation, and abuse must be improved. We are hosting the first thematic donor conference ever on this issue in Oslo next week, 23rd and 24th of May. And finally, and 6, we all heard the very, very powerful poem read by Mariam Ahmed early this morning. And there was one sentence that stuck particularly strongly, and that, at least to me, there is nothing more powerful than a girl with a book. We couldn't agree more. We must do more to prevent attacks on health and education, affecting children and their future in dramatic ways. One key initiative, which has been talked about a lot, is the Safe Schools Declaration, which was launched in Oslo in 2015. It has so far been endorsed by 87 states, and we encourage all of you to endorse and implement the declaration and participate in the 3rd Safe School Conference in Spain next week. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot achieve the SDGs and ensure lasting peace unless we protect and assist children and young people affected by armed conflict. Taking on her 2nd term as co-chair of the UN Secretary General's SDG advocates, our Prime Minister Erna Solberg will ensure the highest political attention to the devastating effects of conflicts on children. Thank you very much.
This concludes our panel. So I just want to thank all of our panelists by providing you also with the photographs as well from the photo display and exhibition that our audience here can also see in the foyer at lunch, which is going to be very soon. So please give a warm hand to our panelists. I think we can all exit this way. All right. All right, no problem.
itu gede sama ada rasa malah buah ande.
الحرب بحبها دمرتنا وخلتها مدرسين العادي يدرسونا يشتروا رواتب اقتصاد يعني أزمة كل شيء أزمة عندنا
Okay, just before lunch, we have one more important keynote speaker who I'm now delighted to introduce, Dr. Fatou Bensouda. She is the Chief Prosecutor for the International Criminal Court. And we're going to hear from her perspective on holding people to account when it comes to abuses against children in conflict zones. Now, since 2011, Dr. Fatou Bensouda has been the prosecutor for the ICC, having been elected by consensus by the Assembly of States Parties. Under her leadership as prosecutor, she has expanded her office's activities to cover 11 active investigations and 10 preliminary examinations in conflicts around the world. Through her work, she has strived to advance accountability for atrocity crimes, highlighting in particular the importance of addressing traditionally underreported crimes, such as sexual and gender-based crimes, and mass atrocities against and affecting children. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Fatou Bensouda.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to you all, including all the children, youth present here today. It is a distinct honor to address you at this important event, marking the 100th anniversary of Save the Children and the official launch of the campaign, Stop the War on Children. I would like to particularly thank Ms. Helen Thorning-Smith for inviting me to contribute to this forum on the theme of children in conflict from an accountability perspective. A century ago, two courageous sisters founded Save the Children with the laudable and necessary goal of protecting children and defending their rights in the wake of the First World War. They were right in that outlook, if only others had their wisdom. A century later, unfortunately, the world has witnessed too many conflicts, too many incidents of atrocities, from the Second World War to those sadly witnessed in the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. Today, as we are gathered here, conflicts around the world continue to cause instability and victimizations. Across the world, children continue to suffer in multiple ways as a consequence of war and conflict they played no part in waging. The information I, as ICC prosecutor, receive on crimes against or affecting children is often hard to process. Children deliberately targeted by unspeakable acts of violence, children having lost everything and everyone they cared for, and children having been caught in the crossfires of combatants who see their lives and the rights of children as a merely collateral damage. We cannot remain silent and inactive while children continue to be assaulted, abducted, subjected to sexual violence, and recruited as child soldiers. That is simply unacceptable. In the so-called modern age, such abhorrent acts must be repugnant to our cultural ethos. We should have zero tolerance for such conduct. As I often say, a crime against a child is an offense against all of humanity, an affront to our basic tenets of human decency. Children are indeed our greatest resource and must be protected from harm so as to reach their full potential. But rhetoric and oral outrage is not enough. We must take concrete action to provide a real remedial response to crimes against and affecting children in war and conflict. To succeed, we must join forces. No one individual, organization, or state alone can hope to have real impact to an issue that requires a coordinated action and a global response to a phenomenon that is endemic of so many conflicts around the world. We, at the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC, intend to play our part through the legal framework of the Rome Statute. The ICC was created to bring to justice the perpetrators of the worst atrocities that shock the conscience of humanity. By doing so, the ICC aims to contribute to the prevention of crimes such as genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and most recently, the crime of aggression. As prosecutor of the ICC, it is in my mandate to ensure that perpetrators of the most serious crimes, including, of course, crimes against or affecting children, are held to account by gathering reliable evidence, conducting independent and impartial investigations, and successful prosecutions. The first case before the ICC was against Mr. Thomas Lubanga Dilo in the situation of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Led by the evidence collected, the Office of the Prosecutor deliberately focused on this case to highlight the severity of the crime of recruitment and use of children to participate actively in hostilities. The 2012 guilty verdict rendered by the court was a landmark decision, highlighting the need to take urgent and concerted action against such crimes and in the hopes of deterring similar crimes. This first conviction, rendered by the judges of the court, sent a strong message conveying that the use of child soldiers is not acceptable, reminding us that there should be no place for children in war. Since I took office as ICC prosecutor, I committed to focus further on addressing the impact of crimes against or affecting children. I specifically made the investigation and prosecution of atrocity crimes against children one of the key strategic goals of my office's strategic plan of 2016 to 2018, and I was able to publish a comprehensive policy on children in 2016. In fact, my delegation have brought copies of this policy, which are available in this room and also available on the court's official website in different languages. In the implementation of this policy, the office seeks to include, whenever possible, charges for crimes directed against children, as well as crimes that acutely or disproportionately affect them. The ongoing trial case against Mr. Dominic Ongwen, where children were abducted to be conscripted into the ranks of the Lord's Resistance Army as child soldiers and forced to act as sex slaves or forced wives, is a good example. Another example is in the case of Mr. Al-Hassan in the Mali situation, whose confirmation of charges hearing is upcoming for his alleged participation in the policy of forced marriages, which victimized the female inhabitants of Timbuktu and led to repeated rapes and the sexual enslavement of women and girls. The policy also guides our work in the context of our preliminary examinations activities, where we analyze information on the killing of teenagers during anti-drug operations in the Philippines, the destruction of educational facilities and kindergartens during armed hostilities in Ukraine, the abduction of schoolgirls in Nigeria, and the killing of children in the Gaza border. Aside from being subjected to or affected by atrocity crimes, children have themselves played and continue to play an active and crucial role at the ICC. Young boys and girls may serve as witnesses, participate in the proceedings, or be beneficiaries of reparations where appropriate. The policy on children, therefore, also highlights the importance of adopting a child-sensitive approach to all aspects of our work involving children and at every stage of the proceedings. The policy is also intended to contribute to the ongoing development of international jurisprudence regarding these crimes and to serve as guidance for domestic jurisdictions to initiate investigations and prosecutions. As a prosecuting office, we are proud of our firm commitment to address these crimes within the Rome Statute legal framework, but also realistic about our means and mandates, and indeed, the enormity of the task as well as many challenges that we encounter. Just to name a few, access to evidence heavily relies on the cooperation of states, international organizations, and other parties. My office relies on their assistance to collect information and documents, interview witnesses, and gather necessary evidence to conduct independent and impartial investigations with a view to building a strong case to present to the judges. Accountability often follows at a later stage. Therefore, preservation of evidence is of utmost importance. We always consider the best interest of the child as the #1 priority, including when it means that we have to find alternative sources of evidence. Other challenges include the lack of cooperation in the area of arrest, with currently 15 individuals still at large, including, for example, Mr. Joseph Kony, allegedly responsible for the war crime of forced enlistment of children, amongst other crimes. The need of adequate resources to effectively execute our mandate and political and diplomatic support for the conduct of our investigative, prosecutorial, and judicial activities. It is important to highlight that our work cannot be done in isolation. As I stated earlier, effectively addressing the scourge of crimes against children in war and conflict requires a concerted global response and effort. The court and my office, therefore, engages with states parties, international organizations, the United Nations and its agencies, NGOs, civil society, and other relevant agencies with a view to fostering partnerships and cooperation to jointly ensure accountability. Cooperation from civil society is, for instance, key. International and local NGOs are often the first to respond to incidents, providing invaluable documentation of crimes and significant medical, psychosocial, material, and legal support to victims. And I am pleased that Save the Children has gathered such a wide range of participants because we all have a role to play, and together we are stronger. I applaud the launch of the global campaign, Stop the War on Children, as an important international initiative with a strong focus on ending impunity for crimes against or affecting children. Similarly, another initiative came to my attention recently is the White Flag Protocol, conceived to prevent loss of lives in disasters and conflict areas around the globe that may occur by lack of reliable information. This innovation may enable better assistance and coordination of activities and produce relevant data for our investigative and prosecutorial activities. It is these kinds of initiatives that underline that we all have a part to do, My office will continue to undertake every effort in its power and mandate to engage and support the development of such initiatives as a way to contribute to our common goals of protecting children against the plight of war. I equally call on all of you to defend the Court and the goals and values of the Rome Statute. The Court, by virtue of its mandate, is bound to encounter resistance. Testing times such as these, where there is a growing sense of impunity, requires our best efforts to protect the rule of law and its institutions. The fight against impunity for atrocity crimes and those perpetrated against our children should not be sacrificed at the altar of political expediency. We must continue to play our part and ensure that children are given the right environment to develop, become responsible, productive, and constructive citizens, and that they have the opportunity to reach their full potential. Children are humanity's most important resource and asset, and on which our future is built. If we have failed them and failed to protect them, we have failed humanity itself. Let us join forces within our respective mandates and do what we must. Stand for the protection and prosperity of children around the world. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bensouda. An important reminder that children are indeed humanity's greatest resource. We're now going to go to lunch, which will be served out in the foyer out here. It'll be an opportunity for networking and maybe reaching out and chatting to some of the panelists. We weren't able to do a Q&A for this panel because of time constraints, but we will do for those going forward. So you can speak to any of the panelists as well during these social times. Feel free to go outside for any fresh air. And please be back in the hall here for 1:30, where we'll begin the second segment of today. If you have any questions, reach out to people in the red shirts. Thank you. Back, everybody. Thank you so much for rushing back into the hall. I know we had a slightly shorter lunch than planned, but we want to get started on time because, of course, we do have the Children's March at a set time this afternoon, so we got to get finished up before then. I'm going to jump out of the way here and hand over for our second panel on justice to moderator Veronique Aubert, the Senior Conflict and Humanitarian Research and Policy Advisor for Save the Children, United Kingdom.
Thank you very much. I am very honored to be chairing this panel today, a panel composed of fantastic advocates for children in situations of armed conflict, of experts in international criminal law, and experts in humanitarian law. For this session, Save the Children has asked panelists to address the issue of accountability for crimes against children in situations of armed conflicts. A recently published study by Save the Children highlights the fact that there are about 420 million children living in war zones. As a humanitarian, I've seen way too many children being killed, being maimed, being abducted, being raped, being recruited by armed forces and groups, and being denied of education. But as a mother of two, it really makes me angry that those perpetrators have pretty much nothing to fear for being held to account. And even though the violations are documented or internationally publicly made, they have very little to fear. And therefore, as a result, there is no deterrence against committing grave violations against children, and a culture of impunity is perpetuated. I am very pleased, therefore, that today we get a chance to discuss with this fantastic panel not only the challenges in tackling impunity for crimes against children, but also the opportunities. I will therefore start with asking a few questions. First, I am wondering, is there a lack of awareness that the pursuit of accountability for violation against children in war is actually very rare, considering the large proportion of victims that are children in situations of armed conflict? We've heard this morning of some of the examples of progress that have been made. Then how can we learn from this situation where crimes against children have indeed been documented, investigated, and prosecuted? My second question to you all is there a lack actually of expertise then in the documentation, investigation, and prosecution of crimes against children? And is there a role for government and their military and civil society organizations and other stakeholders in advocating for the inclusion of child-specific experts in accountability mechanisms? To that end, Save the Children is supporting the development of innovative tools and training material on investigation such violation in order to better equip international and national investigators, prosecutors, but judges as well. And my last question is there a lack of political will, actually, to pursue accountability for violation against children? Is this why there is so little investment in equipping international and national mechanisms with the right expertise? Do panelists agree that, on the other hand, there is a growing momentum on the need to pursue accountability for children in conflict? Therefore, how can we all work together to ensure that governments provide the financial, technical capacity required to ensure that crimes against children do not remain unpunished? I am therefore very excited to have a chance to discuss with you and to hear from you. I will start with Ismael Bia. You're UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador for Children in War, and actually an internationally acclaimed author. You've published your first book, which was A Long Way Gone, Memoirs of a Boy Soldier, which was a first-hand account of your time as a child soldier during the conflict in Sierra Leone, at a time where you were recruited by government army against opposition forces. Ismael, it's an honor for us to have a chance to hear from you, not only on your personal account when you ran away on that occasion, but also on the heroic effort that you've made to actually fight for justice for children in the same situation as you were. Thank you.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here with everyone. Some folks I've known for a number of years. I would just briefly give a context of who I am so that the statements I will make after that would perhaps make sense. As mentioned briefly, I was born in Sierra Leone and grew up there. And at some point in my life, when I was 12 years old, the war started, reached my part of the country. At 13, I was already a soldier. So I was already fighting actively until I was about 16, so nearly 3 years. And I was removed, went through rehabilitation processes and all of those things. I was adopted in a family in the United States, where then I went to school, university, and the rest of it. So in short, that's the background. The rest of it is in the book that I wrote, if you'd like to know. But for the sake of time, that's where I will stop. But basically, so in the course of my lifetime, I've been on the other side of what it means to benefit from such discussions we're having today, which is that the reason why I was removed from this war was because before my time, a few people had sat together and come up with certain accepted international legal standards that then filtered into national jurisprudence that allow people to go to the commander and say, this is wrong. The international community has agreed upon it, so therefore you can release somebody like me to them, and hence my life took a different course. So I know the importance of how these laws can take effect. I also having been on the other side, I know sometimes these discussions can start with the generalities, and then we can get to specifics as we tighten the laws and we move along. Now, in terms of justice, in Sierra Leone, we had a special court and we had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission at the same time. Over the years, I've been to places like South Sudan, I lived in Nigeria, Republic Islamic of Mauritania. I've been different places where I've seen how these things filter into national law or not. What I really wanted to highlight here today, which I think somebody mentioned earlier, and I think which is something we should keep in mind as we talk about stopping the war on children, is the fact that there is a double standard that still exists when it comes to children who, for example, are part of Boko Haram or part of ISIL and groups that are considered terrorist groups, where the same things that were allocated to me are not given to them. But those are armed groups, even if they're considered terrorists. The same mechanisms of recruitment are still used for those children. So we cannot have double standards. And the reason why I'm saying this is because on the national level, governments are ignoring the fact that they've signed on to the ICC, the Rome Statute, certain UN resolution. They're ignoring all of that to say, well, this is a terrorist case, so therefore these children can be interviewed, these children can be actually put in prison. The handover period is not as quick. And this in itself is a violation. This in itself is a war on children as well. So as we have this discussion, I want us to have this in mind. And I've seen it. I lived in Nigeria. I've seen it in Nigeria firsthand, where children are interrogated, and sometimes they are kept in prison without any proper legal representation. And so this becomes a big problem. Now, the other part of it is that wherever there are some of these places where we have conflicts, the legal system to begin with wasn't functioning. And then it even rots further during the times of conflict. So evidence gathering mechanisms are not necessarily in place. Now, even when people sign on to the Rome Statute or any other legal, they don't really, there is not enough, not only the know-how, but the willingness on the ground for people to actually use national laws, juvenile justice standards to sort of, to have that complementarity that's supposed to have with the Rome Statute or the international criminal laws and then bring it into national law. That complementarity is not there. So one of the things that I think we should think about is also that in itself, that because of that unwillingness, politically, whatever is going on, that in itself, it's a crime, in my opinion. And I think lastly, the point that I will make, that I think we should, when we look at how to hold perpetrators accountable or justice in terms of how children are abused in times of war, we often, our first initial impetus is to look at the so-called rebel groups or the armed groups, the non-state, but even state parties also violate the rights of children. So we cannot ignore that as well, because if we don't hold them accountable and we start to lay certain foundations, the law is only going to work if there is a sort of a precedent that's been set. And those precedents will only come if those very governments themselves are doing something that then will become an example for the non-state parties to actually follow. But if they are violating things and then they're just hoping that because those guys are known as the bad guys, then we should hold them accountable and we should get off, then that's not good. And, you know, in Sierra Leone, last point I'll make is that that's one of the things when the special court finished, if you ask Sierra Leoneans, a majority of us didn't feel like justice was served because we felt like as soon as the proceedings got to where it could touch on the people who were in power in the government, then it stopped, you know. So we cannot go halfway. If we really want to tackle this head on, we have to look at ourselves. We have to look at everybody who is part of the violation and how we can stop it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ismael. This has been really interesting, and I think it's a good transition when you're talking about National Army, and a good opportunity now to introduce General Martin, who is the Deputy Chief of Defense here in the Netherlands, and who was actually appointed in 2002 as a Ministry of Defense liaison officer in the ISAF mission in Afghanistan. And I was reflecting this morning when we were hearing about progresses in Afghanistan. So General Martin, I think this morning we heard about the White Flag Protocol, And I think quite a few people in this room must have been wondering, what is this white flag protocol? You know, we're hearing it has a potential of saving life, helping for accountability, but it would be really interesting for us to hear more about what it is, and especially around accountability. What do you see as potential of this new protocol to help us achieve more accountability for crimes against children in war?
Yeah, well, this is where exponential technology will help us out. So let me say a few words on that. First of all, thank you, for being here. It's a humbling experience from a military perspective to be in a group of people here working actually, well, the invitation by Save the Children, because I know that to many, we are discussing the results of an armed conflict. And if there is an armed conflict, it's usual armed forces involved. So to many of other people, we can see as perpetrators, and I will convince you that, we are not. Because I think what we share is actually the purpose of aiming to protect people. This is what is actually, from a Dutch perspective, the armed forces is about. And of course, there is a lot of things have been changed over the last few years. When I started off, the Cold War was still there, and conflict was pretty easy. Although I think in real time it would not have been that easy, but it was just a conflict between two sides. And over the years, over the last 30 years, it's my experience that the conflict has changed. It's becoming more complex. The nature of conflict is not easily to be understood. Once it comes to a conflict and you have to bring in armed forces, you're actually too late. So it's our strong belief from a Dutch perspective that if you look at a conflict, you should look at it from a comprehensive approach. And you should do the utmost to prevent a conflict from happening. So talk about education, talk about economic growth, get the roots of conflict away, which is increasingly more problematic. Something like climate change. I know General Middendorp, who was the former Chad of the Netherlands, he raised the question that climate in itself could be a root cause for conflict. And he was in the paper being set away like a Green Party general. But this is a real problem in the real world, because through droughts, through floodings, through change, entire groups of people need to flee to other areas where other groups are actually using and utilizing those properties, creating another conflict. So we can not only look at it from a armed forces perspective, we should look at it from a broader perspective, comprehensively. And again, that's the Dutch approach to it. So what we see actually is the complexity. The complexity in an environment like that. Of course, in '89, the wall fell. That was my first year as an army officer, and everything changed afterwards. The first deployment to me was to Cambodia to clear minefields as a result of an armed conflict. And then to Yugoslavia. We've been to Iraq, to Afghanistan, as you said, as of 2002, but all the way up in 2009 in Kandahar, working in Region Command South. And also not only the armed conflicts, but also the chaos of a disaster relief operation in the Caribbean, one of those hurricanes. And increasingly we see those hurricanes happening. And one thing is in common, that as soon as you deploy, there is a tremendous need of exchange of information between parties that not necessarily trust each other. It's the armed forces, the international armed forces. Well, we use secure communications. But there's also a need to exchange information with NGOs, IOs, to journalists, to whatever. And it's the old way, well, you get together and you share information, you try to build a trust between those groups to get the information out. And that's actually where we get to this white flag protocol, which allows actually outside the military to provide a means, a protocol to exchange information that you want to, share with other parties in a secure way. So it comes with authentication, that it is you that is sending that information. So what information are we talking about? We are talking about critical infrastructure. As soon as you destroy that infrastructure, that will add to the chaos and will add to the drama, actually. But also where groups of people are sitting, where refugee camps are, where vulnerable places are, where people are like journalists. They go into an area of operation and we never know exactly where they are. So in this protocol, it's all kinds of entities that are able to share information to build a common operational picture. So, and again, we should meet each other in those areas of operations, but not only physically, but also digitally able to share that information. Fantastic. So the question is, why is it important from an accountability perspective? Well, through the technology, which is blockchain technology. And we all know, or people may not know it, but blockchain technology allows registration. So afterwards, you can trace when and what location a piece of information was shared to everyone. Mm-hmm. So if you need to hold people accountable, well, look into this blockchain and find where that information was at that point of time. That's actually what it is. And that's what we believe, and now I come back to the armed forces. If you are to prevent a conflict from happening, well, you should do the utmost to help parties to prevent that conflict. And one of the things we did, and that was issued after the Future Force Conference in 2017 with Capgemini, and people are over there, I actually worked on that technology to create this protocol, and it is available now to all those parties, and we're doing our utmost to get it up and running, to get it to those NGOs, IOs, and everyone who wants to share information to be more protected in those areas. Yeah.
Thank you very much, General Martin. I think we've heard this morning the ICC prosecutor mentioning the challenges around preserving evidence. And we can really see and foresee how this white protocol will have the potential powerful not only to preserve the evidence, but make sure that the information is shared among actors, that the evidence needs to be preserved and protected for accountability purpose. So this is perfect transition to our next panelist, Nicole Sampson, who has been working in the office of the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court for quite a few years. And she was actually part of the team investigating and then prosecuting Thomas Lubanga Dilo, who is a Congolese national who was prosecuted for war crimes of conscripting and listing and using child soldiers. And actually the prosecutor this morning mentioned how this has been a groundbreaking prosecution because that was around child recruitment and children being recruited under the age of 15. So that was very important. And then you have also been the senior trial lawyer investigating and prosecuting the case of Bosco and Tagonda, which is also another very interesting case, as it had dealt with the same charges around recruitment and use of child soldiers, but also around rape and sexual slavery. And that comes back to what the UK ambassador was mentioning today and the challenges around accountability for sexual violence. So two really groundbreaking cases. And so we would love to hear your view actually on what are actually the reasons for this lack of international prosecution convention for crimes against and involving children, because there's been some result, but again, very few compared to the number of victims. Thank you.
Is this working? Yes, you can hear me? Well, thank you very much for the invitation to come today, and apologies that I entered the panel a few moments late. The question about what are the root causes for the alleged lack of investigations and prosecutions involving crimes against children is a complicated one, as we all know. There's no easy or even right answer to that question. And in the few minutes that I have, I'll only attempt to address a few of the challenges that we at the ICC have faced in investigating and prosecuting these crimes. I believe that one of the root causes for the historic lack of investigations and prosecutions into crimes involving children is a lack of viewing the crimes against children or crimes of a sexual and gender-based nature holistically in the context of the armed conflict or in the context of crimes against civilians, so for crimes against humanity. I think that we've tended, as investigators and prosecutors, to view those crimes a little bit in isolation, quite unfortunately, and not as part of the greater policy or plans of groups to commit these crimes. And I think that we come into thinking about how to frame charges in relation to these far too late in the investigation and prosecution. When there's less evidence that we've gathered, we make less critical decisions when it comes to charging, and then at times the evidence is lacking at the end during the prosecution phase itself. What I intend to address today are 7 of the main challenges that we've come across in this area. I hope I'll have time to get to them all. If not, I'll just list them rather than go through them in any detail. One of the first challenges that we face, because we first come into contact with child witnesses, if I can focus particularly on how children can be used in investigations and prosecutions as live witnesses. So that's going to be the core focus of what I come to the table with. We first come into contact or seek to identify children at our investigation phase. And when we're dealing with situations of armed conflict or of a large attack against a community, we as the ICC don't enter into the foray and announce ourselves and then see who we can get as witnesses. We tend to operate a lot more under the radar because we don't want to create issues of security for our witnesses. So what we do at first is we seek to interact with those that we refer to as first responders, persons who are already based in country. They have the necessary expertise and knowledge about particular types of crimes and victims, so NGOs, international or local, or the United Nations. And then we hope to be able to work with them to help us identify potential witnesses and victims. Then we independently meet with those individuals and conduct our own assessments of the information they provide to us. But what we encounter as a challenge at that phase is at times, reluctance on the part of the local actors to engage with us and to provide us with the names of potential witnesses, particularly where these are vulnerable children. It's an understandable concern because the mandates of the NGOs are different, and they have an enhanced interest in securing or ensuring the security of the witnesses they've met with. But it can be an issue amongst us because we rely a lot on the work already done by the NGO staff. And, in addition to that, we also like to interview the staff themselves. And there is, again, a reluctance to put NGO staff directly in a potential security situation, or indeed to interrupt the important work that the NGO is doing in the field. Because obviously, if it were to become known within an armed context that while you may have access to an armed group leader to demobilize child soldiers for your work, that cooperation would cease if the armed rebel group leader knew that the information that he was or she was giving was then being handed over to the ICC for prosecution. So there are real valid reasons why this hesitation comes into play, but it can be a challenge for us. A second challenge, which is related to this, is that the NGOs or the United Nations, who are first responders, collecting evidence on the ground, meeting with witnesses, will, for their own purposes, take information from those witnesses, and then they preserve the information in notes of interviews or other records. Important for the functioning of the organization. For us, also important so that we can understand what a witness has said at an earlier point in time, more recent to the events at issue. But because of particular vulnerabilities, which I'll get to in relation to interviewing children and how influenceable they can be, and how trauma can affect their ability to remember and narrate or recall the event that they've experienced, then it becomes very important that the first responders also understand how incredibly important it is when you're getting what is, in effect, the very first statement from a child on a traumatic event. It's an important moment for evidence-taking purposes, which is my purpose. It isn't going to be potentially as relevant for the mandate of an NGO, but ultimately, a child's memory is impacted by the number of times they're met, by how questions are phrased. If a question is leading or suggested to them, if a question is phrased in a way that suggests the answer, a child is likely to accept it, perhaps to believe that the authority figure knows the event somehow better than they do. And you have the double issue of tainting or potentially contaminating the memory of the child and creating a statement that is later used in court as a prior inconsistent statement if the child's version of events changes over time, which frequently it does, but hopefully not on the most material points. So the need for us to synergize on understanding some of these important issues of memory and recording of those first interviews is very important. We also, of course, it's not necessarily a challenge, but I've included it because we are concerned with the well-being of the child and children that we meet. We are concerned with re-traumatization. So we do engage with experts to assist us in understanding how best to get the information, to elicit the information from a child without re-traumatizing them. We do psychosocial assessments in advance of interviews. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, our investigators are trained at eliciting information from vulnerable children. Connected with this is my fourth challenge. It's the need to ensure appropriate, I'll call it rapport building with the child. If you have children who have been part, for instance, of an armed group, as Ishmael will know for certain, they, depending on the age at the time they were recruited, depending on the level of trauma they were subjected to, they can be a mix of perpetrator, direct victim, or eyewitness victim. And they sometimes come with a heavy load of psychological dysfunction in that they will not easily trust other people. They don't give you all the information at one time until they trust you sufficiently. And so they have guilt, they have shame, they have lost family members, they have feelings of loyalty to the armed group from which they come, if it's the situation of someone associated with an armed group. So it does take a long time to build a rapport. You need to explain very carefully to them when they become witnesses what it means. You need to do that with any witness, but you do have to be particularly sure that you're covering the territory well with a child, because we've had situations of good flow information during the investigation phase, followed by clamming up during the trial phase. And so also for that reason, we also ensure that we utilize our in-court special and protective measures when we are handling child witnesses in court, to shield them from an accused if necessary, to ensure that the questioning is simple, to allow them to answer questions in a narrative format rather than through a number of staccato question and answers, to have a psychosocial support assistant next to them or nearby as necessary. So we take a lot of measures because getting them to relate their account is difficult. And when it comes to dealing with hot trauma or events of particular trauma to them, we have to be very alive to the cues that the child is giving us as to whether or not they're able to answer the question in a narrative form. We found that at times when it comes to a really acute traumatic memory, a child has to be able to answer questions in different ways.
Wait, we're going to have
to. I'll just indicate what the other points are. Security issues are very acute, and I didn't get into them yet. But age determination issues for proving that a child was under the age of 15 can be very challenging. And lastly, our prosecutorial charging strategy is going to be a very important yet challenging feature as to how we actually incorporate charges involving children into the framework of cases we bring forward.
Great, thank you very much, Nicole. This interesting to hear about your reflection about how to engage with partner in the field, and I think that's something Mr. Karen can speak. Karen is a British lawyer who is a specialist in international criminal law and international humanitarian law, but he currently serves as special advisor and head of the UN investigative team established to support effort to hold Daesh accountable. So obviously in Iraq, you see these challenges and you face those challenges all the time. So what are you doing to actually ensure that violations against children's rights are indeed investigated and prosecuted?
Well, thank you. I join the other panelists, first of all, before I answer the question, to thank Save the Children for the invitation and to congratulate Save the Children, not just those in the room, those with the red shirts that have worked so fantastically well to make this a very organised and a successful event, but for those individuals on the field that do so much for so many. So I think that needs to be said at the outset. The second remark is to acknowledge something that was said, I think it was by the director of the Carnegie Foundation, and it was to recall Ben Ferenza's adage, and the well-known one, that the cause of crime very often is war. And there is a misnomer sometimes that accountability mechanisms bring justice. And I'm always of the view, and I say it quite unashamedly, that justice dies the day crimes take place. And so those measures that are preventative, whether it's using other structures in the international community, like the Court of Arbitration or other measures, are key. In terms of UNITAD's quest to promote accountability for those that may have committed crimes that were members of Daesh, of course, we've done some basic structural, we've put in place some structural entities. For example, there's a special unit dealing with sexual and gender-based violence and children. We don't have, like many other parts of the international community or public entities, in fact, there are resource issues. And I think when one looks at the scale of the task and is then confronted with the reality of resources, imaginative solutions, to recall what Her Royal Highness said this morning, is absolutely essential. We've tried to leverage our existing capacities by way of full-time staff members by reaching out to various entities, and I won't mention them all, but for a number of reasons. But one I think I can mention is the Stanford Human Rights in Trauma Clinic, and this is a fantastic initiative bringing together clinical psychologists and lawyers so that we can make sure we are as informed as possible. Very often there is a mistake that is quite apparent at the international level regarding how we do our jobs. It's not always a lack of will. Sometimes it's a lack of training and a lack of proper capacity. Sometimes, and I think we've moved on a long way from the ICTY, in its early years, and the ICTR, and of course the progress requires continuous improvement. But very often we used to view children as just small adults. And I think there's a realization that, of course, not only are children defined by age, but in terms of their mental development, their psychological, the effect of what they've witnessed, all of this needs to be fully understood if one is to elicit evidence in the best manner, bearing in mind the obligation to do no harm and put the welfare and interests of the child front and center stage. But also one is able to interface and build trust with a human being, and to have that type of understanding that makes an environment safe for a witness to be able to give evidence. I think that is an area that is we're working on. The other aspect is, from the beginning of my current mandate, I've made it clear that in the approach of the investigative priorities, of UNITAD, there's no hierarchy of victims. So whether, when I'm focused on Daesh, the so-called Islamic State, what I call the un-Islamic State, because Islam means peace, of course you have those in the Yazidi community, the Christian community, you have Shia, you have Sunni, you have Kakai, all of them have suffered at the hands of this criminal group called Daesh. And I think the same principle is important when one deals with children within those groups. It can't be based upon any discrimination, positive or otherwise, within those children. We've seen in some fora, and there's academic discussion, that sometimes even in terms of reparations, when reparations are given to sometimes children born of rape, to the exclusion of other classes of victims, rather than providing the support that allows them to get on their feet, it is used as a not only a recruiting sergeant for those who want to oppose them, but it gives rise to hostility. And so sometimes reparations, if they're more widely focused amongst a class of victims that include that subcategory, it actually provides a forum for them to engage. I think that's also very important. The other aspect I just wanted to say, because I know time is already over, although I'm within my time limits, this misnomer of collateral damage, it's a complete misnomer. We have unfortunately seen a marked deterioration in the conduct of warfare since the Second World War when it comes to children. Children are no longer, largely speaking, in my view anyway, incidentally caught up to conflict, although that takes place. The requirements, the protections of the Article 50 of the Fourth Geneva Convention and 24 and the rest are necessary. But very often they are the object of attack.
Yeah.
Why? I think there's a realization from certain non-state actors, but also others, that weaponizing children and targeting them is very effective. In terms of security screening, children go under the radar almost literally. In terms of malleability, they were used in Sierra Leone, the small boys units, the small girls units. We see it in Afghanistan, the account of suicide bombers. We see it in the so-called clubs of the caliphate in terms of Daesh. But it also, in terms of the values of society and the danger to the values that society wishes to uphold, targeting children in the way that we've seen is, I think, also born by realization that it destabilizes successive generations. It creates a cross-generational impact which some groups wish to actually achieve. So sometimes in terms of the mandate itself, I think we do reach out to states. We get the support of states. The Netherlands has very kindly given €500,000, which we've used for witness protection, and particularly in terms of interviews with, we have psychologists from that trust fund. I think those aspects are very important, using a best practice. There's a need in PSVI, there's a discussion now of a Murad code, realizing that sometimes the desire to help, that sometimes NGOs, as well as parts of the UN and international organizations, seek to cause harm as well as good. And maybe a similar code is needed in relation to children, best practice and how to engage with them. It's not enough to have a will. It's not enough to have funding from a particular state. There must be capacity and knowledge, which is a skill, and not everybody has it. And there should be no shame in saying that not everybody has it. We need to then make sure that those people are put into teams so that we can get evidence that increases the chance of accountability that will withstand the types of challenges that will very properly be faced in a court, given that we have to establish guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karin. And I think Save the Children could not agree more, and is actually very much supportive of such a tool to be developed. Now, our last speaker is Shahid Fatima, a barrister at Blackstone Chamber in London. She specializes in international law, public law, and commercial law. She is the lead author of Protecting Children in Armed Conflict, which was a report published in 2018 that reviews the protection offered by international law and assesses the related accountability mechanisms. So Shahid, you're the last speaker, but it'll be a little bit of a different approach as we've asked you to speak more on progress that are needed in relation to other legal frameworks and accountability mechanism in international law, and why, considering that we've heard some analysis around the protection offered by international criminal law in relation to crimes against children. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronique. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Given the time constraints, I'm going to give a short answer to your question, Veronique, and with that, I'm going to do a shameless plug for the book and say the long answer is in the 500 pages of that book. All the royalties go to Save the Children, so it's a very good cause indeed. International criminal law is obviously important in securing accountability and justice for victims. That obviously goes without saying. But there are other forms of accountability, and in particular, what I just want to say a few words about are civil forms of accountability, which are provided on the international plane by both humanitarian law and, importantly, international human rights law. And when those civil forms of accountability are used against a state, not only is it an opportunity for individual violations to be considered, but critically, it's an important step in securing systemic change and reform. And so that is why criminal law at both the international and domestic levels needs to be supplemented by a comprehensive civil form of accountability, which needs to be implemented and enforced both domestically and internationally. Now, in order to answer your specific question as to how the progress can be made in relation to those frameworks, I just want to give a thumbnail sketch of some of the relevant history. One of the things that we discovered in the course of writing this report was that there were two attempts made, first in 1939 and secondly in 1946, to draft specific conventions to protect children in armed conflict. And both of those attempts, unfortunately, did not come to fruition. What happened was that the 1946 draft convention was used to some extent to inform the Fourth Geneva Convention for the Protection of Civilians in 1949. And there were various political reasons why that happened. But on one view, this lack of a specific international instrument to protect children in armed conflict failed to address a specific category of vulnerable people in that context. And so on that analysis, the Fourth Geneva Convention actually left a gap in the law. And the subsequent legal developments that have taken place since then, of which there are many, the additional protocols, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, they have really been attempts to try to plug that gap. Unfortunately, none of those instruments deals comprehensively with this issue of children in armed conflict. And so we still lack a single unifying instrument in humanitarian law and human rights law that sets out the protections that children have. And more importantly, perhaps, we have a fragmented system which can be difficult to identify, implement, and enforce. And so one illustration of that is, although we have a single international criminal body in the form of the ICC, there is no such single civil international body in relation to humanitarian law and human rights law. And so it is those aspects of the legal framework that mean that children are often not protected as well as the law might be able to protect them. So our diagnosis led to a number of recommendations in the report that I've mentioned. I'm just going to give you a brief description of them in two broad categories. The first category is of specific recommendations in relation to the 6 grave violations that inform the Security Council's work on children in armed conflict. And so we identify specific issues, for example, where the law is unclear and could be clarified. However, we made a second suggestion, which is a far more overarching and ambitious one. And that deals with the two problems which I've just identified. So we suggest that there should now, third time lucky, be an attempt to draft an international instrument which brings together the relevant humanitarian and human rights law protections for children, and that there should be now a single civil international adjudicative body that has the responsibility for overseeing the implementation and adjudication of the rights in that instrument. So one form that this instrument could take would be as a fourth optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child that would enable the existence and expertise of the Committee on the Rights of the Child to be used. And what we've established essentially is that the key norms that would be incorporated in this instrument already exist as a matter of customary international law. So the critical question is not one of legal analysis, but rather one of political will. And the final recommendation which I wanted to mention is that we suggest that there should be the creation at the national ministerial level of an office holder which reflects at the domestic level the mandate of the Special Representative for Children in Armed Conflict. And that we consider would enable more joined up policy, but also greater implementation of the law and practice as well. So Veronique, those are the ways in which progress could be made.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the whole panel for a wide range of reflection on the challenges, but also a lot of opportunities to actually improve the situation. And I'm not going to list them all because I think we're quite pressed with time, but I think it's been really inspiring to hear some of these ideas and opportunities, and we know some will come true, some other won't, but it's really exciting to see that there is a lot of reflection going on how we can improve the situation. We have very, very little time, but I understand that we're having a speaker interested to come. Are you going to be introducing? And then we're going to only have the time for one, maybe two question max from the audience.
No, I'm just introducing the next keynote speaker.
Okay, so I'm very happy to introduce Anna Maria Corazza-Bildt. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna Maria. You are the European Parliament Coordinator on Children's Rights, and you co-chair the European Parliament Intergroup on Children's Rights. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
First of all, happy birthday to all of Save the Children globally. I think that thanks to you, actually, thousands and thousands of children throughout the world could celebrate their birthday. Thank you for that and congratulations. And as the war was unraveling in World War I, 100 years ago, your vision and wisdom was crucial. And unfortunately, it's still crucial now when we see what happened with the hospital you were supporting in Yemen under attack and the tragic attack. Thank you for what you're doing in the most difficult conflicts of the world. And I have witnessed myself Save the Children in action and your effectiveness from Satahari camp in Jordan, the camps in Greece, in Turkey, which is safe space for children, but also when you welcome children in Lampedusa or Sicily, giving them the first information, making them feel comfortable as they reach our shores, and also the hotlines that you're running in countries like Sweden. And as co-chair and founding the Intergroup on Children's Rights in the European Parliament, we have been working cross-nationality, cross-political boundaries together with you to put children at the heart of EU policy making, not as a small issue, not as a soft issue, not as a separate issue, as a serious and central issue. Rest assured of our commitment to continue to work with you. And Save the Children, together with the amazing network of child rights champions and child rights community in Europe and in the world, have really been the backbone of our work. We are just supporting and facilitating you. We're giving you a megaphone, we're giving you a platform. We've been presenting the report of Virginia Gamba, launching the campaign of Act to Protect Children at War. We've been presenting your report on migrant children, Keep Children at the Center. We've been presenting the Save the Children Italy report on children witness of war. We've been launching in Europe the Outlook sexual abuse and sexual exploitation of children by the Economic Intelligence Unit and Childhood, and many, many other ways to give you a voice. And hi, Corinne, former colleague, great to see you. Hi. See, just in time. So thank you for that. And we, as co-legislator, we have not only witnessing, but we have been embracing your advocacy work, giving you a voice and a role in EU lawmaking. Together, we have changed and reformed, for instance, the asylum package, where the safeguards for children have really been increased. And also, we have banned detention. Please continue to work with us to get the member states to make this into European law. It's a scandal that it is all frozen in Council. I wanted to add that parenthesis. And the last thing I would like to say, we are co-responsible on the budget. And in the multi-annual financial framework that is coming up, we have succeeded to put together with you children as a priority. We even have increased the budget for some of the projects. So let's continue to work together. With us, we are the House of the Children of Europe, and we're a global actor. We stand up for multilateralism, we stand up for dialogue, and we stand up for the champion in the civil society, and we're proud to be a partner of Save the Children. Thank you.
I actually have bad news. We won't have time for questions. So what I would like to encourage is, first of all, to applaud this fantastic panel, but also during the break, for you to come and ask them questions and continue this very, very interesting discussion. Thank you very much to the 5 of you. Thank you.
Well, in the meantime, while our panelists sort of filter off, it is my pleasure to welcome our third and final keynote speaker, Samuel Kofi Woods. He will speak on children in armed conflict from the Liberian perspective. Mr. Kofi Woods II is presently the legal consultant and founder of the Liberia Law Society. Before joining the Liberia Law Society, he served as both Ministers of Public Works from 2009 to 2013 and Minister of Labour from 2006 to 2009 in Liberia. He has, however, prior to that, for 35 years been working tirelessly as a human rights lawyer and has been committed to improving human rights in Liberia, Africa, and across the world. So please join me in giving him a very warm welcome.
Well, thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure to return to The Hague. I live in Den Haag. I spent some years in exile in this country. It's been a great experience, and my friend Pim and I have had some rugged roads in Liberia. We've managed to survive, so I'm happy to be here. I'm also gratified and honored by the invitation to be part of your anniversary. It is important at this moment allow us to reflect on your achievements, on what you have done. But it is also a moment for soul searching and reflection on what needs to be done. Since 1990, when you declared to the world that every child deserves a future, you have worked against odds and challenges and difficulties. You've seen the Great Depression, you've seen world wars, you've seen diseases, you've seen Ebola in Liberia and many parts of Africa. But we are now in 2019, 100 years later. We need to evaluate the suffering on our children. We need to look at a world that is retreating in its values. We need to look at extremism and the right-wing rhetorics that entering into our political space without remorse. We need to look at anti-immigrant sentiments that is becoming pervasive, undermining the dream of a global village. We need to look at the values of our once cherished institutions that form the basis for the United Nations, and some of the attack and the retreat, as well as the reversal in the gains that we've made in humanity. Sometimes I wonder whether we are entering an age of mediocrity or denials, when around the world there are new discussions on undermining international law and the extent to which countries are retreating in compliance to international law. As I speak about the Liberian context today, I want to establish a premise here. And that premise is, any nation will continue to violate and abuse the rights of our children has no conscience, it has no soul, and render its future hopeless. I say this because I come from Liberia, where years of conflict raged from 1989 and seemed to have ended in 2003. But 16 years later, since 2003, Liberia still teeters on the brink of another conflict. Reconciliation in Liberia remains ill-conceived and elusive. A leadership deficit looms in Liberia, undermining its governance framework. And there's imminent fear of violence and criminality by ruthless self-enrichment. Now, why has this happened? You may ask the question. The underlying cause of our civil conflict in Liberia was based on years of injustice. But those who claim to come and correct those injustices themselves committed even more crime against humanity and used brute force and naked power to destroy a beautiful country. Children in Liberia were forcibly constricted. They were robbed of their early childhood and transformed into killing machines. It was a difficult, fratricidal civil conflict. More than 250,000 citizens lost their lives, most of them young children. Thousands of children were raped, imposed into sexual slavery and servitude. Abduction, forced labor took place. Children were drugged, given local alcohol. They were made high. Most of them were war orphans, transformed into killing machines and became loyalists and indoctrinated. Young girls were abducted and were forced to serve on the front line and became sexual slaves. And close to 21,000 child soldiers by 2003 were to be reintegrated into Liberian society. I lived and worked in Liberia during the war as a human rights worker. I was involved in the burial of children. In one case in 1992, about 200 kids massacred in Liberia. And I had to be present to bury children and the parents who were killed. The human cost has been high. Mass destruction of everyone. But what has happened since then? After all the war, after all the destruction, all the laws governing war were violated. Human rights and humanitarian laws were flouted. All of the factions failed to uphold and respect any standard governing war. But here lies the difficult question. Did we deal with these questions? Did we hold perpetrators accountable? Did we adopt programs intended to rehabilitate and transform the lives of a lot of people, including our children? The guarantors and the negotiators of peace in Liberia, largely members of the international community and regional actors, surrendered to the viciousness of the warlords. They traded guns for political power. They compromised the effect and the force of international law. Some argued that the international community was complicit in the destruction of Liberia. And some argued there were economic and clientele interests to protect. They refused to honor any duty to prosecute war crimes. In my discussion with some members of the international community, I argued that if you had a mob in New York, terrorizing New York, if you had a mob in The Hague terrorizing the citizens, will you make the mobster the mayor of the city as a compromise? Or will you seek to use legitimate foes and legality to bring them to justice? In Liberia, that did not happen. The factions were given political power. That was the compromise. And so what you receive in return is a country that is further plunged into the threat of a new war, into criminals that have used war to take political power and have exploited the decency of politics and government to criminalize our state and institutionalize violence. The problem associated with that is that in organizing programs on disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of fighters, the programs were never conceived properly. They were designed as projects with timelines. They were reviewed as events, and not long-term engagement to sustain and transform the young people. Let me give you a small timeline of a child who was 5 years old in 1989 when the war actually started in Liberia. At 5 years old, an age of a kid growing and beginning the sensitivity in life. That child is 38 years old today. If you see that child, that is a child that have never known a proper educational system, a proper health system, a proper environment where law and order persist. 38 years old. If that child was 15 years old, that child is about 48 years old now. Those are the adults who've never experienced childhood. But those are the same adults today who we depend on to make decisions for Liberia. It is the age range that we rely on to become the new leaders of a state and to be able to uphold the decency of law, to be able to conduct the affairs of state properly. We rely on to respect the rule of law and to provide good governance. It tells you the stark reality is that we cannot address the problems with an easy one. Liberia is now a traumatized nation in peril and needs a lot of help. The antecedent of the Liberian conflict is like many other conflicts around the world. But there are other conflicts where there was an attempt to begin a process of accountability and to question factional leaders. The guarantee of peace and to assure our children of a future of hope and promise must be built on the premise to end impunity. We must hold perpetrators accountable. We must develop new psychological and social programs to rehabilitate. We must address drug abuse and addiction. We must find ways to guide adults who have been trapped in the mind of a child but possess the body of an adult. We have to find ways to address these problems because it has become our collective liability. Now, when I talk about perpetrators, I don't speak only about the armed groups in a state or the government group. I'm talking about those who continue to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. I'm talking about those who exploit war to benefit economically. I'm talking about those who went into Sierra Leone and took away the diamonds. I'm talking about those who went into Liberia and exploited our industries, our natural forest, took away our diamonds. When I talk about perpetrators, we look beyond our borders and see beyond to those who continue to engage in increasing the world military industrial complex, not realizing the hands in which arms will lie. And these arms go into places like Liberia, into the Congo, into Sierra Leone. We all have a duty to work together to begin to dismantle, diminish, and decrease the appetite for the growing industrial military complex we see and the growing appetite for increasing weapons of mass destruction. It's been 100 years, Save the Children. Let us reflect on the vision of your founder. We must return to the ideals that allowed you to open your office in East Africa, in Tanzania, for the first time in 1969. We must look at the promise on the efforts to get the Declaration on the Rights of the Child passed. We must now begin to reflect on what we can do together and find ways to be very optimistic. I am an incredible optimist because I know what is possible when we work together to get things done. When we get blinded to color, to race, and to religion, and around the globe we can work together in unison to address some of the problems. The world is still a place where the values placed on accumulation of wealth and materialism diminish the dignity of the human person, where the cult of personality overshadowed institution, and where the vain exploitation of state by individuals and groups must be resisted. Although we have seen progress since 1990, we've seen the Declaration on Human Rights and Children's Rights being transformed into convention and institutions, global institutions. We have developed measures to ensure implementation. We have seen tribunals, we have seen special courts, we've seen the International Criminal Court. In some cases, we can count on the success of bringing tyrant dictators and warlords to justice. We've seen international courts and new jurisprudence. But we now need to look at equality before the law. That international law must begin to have deep reflection on equality. And what does that mean? It means that strong and powerful nations must realize that they too must account, as weak nations must do. Powerful men and women must be seen being brought to the law and international jurisprudence in order to shape our country. I believe that Save the Children now has a history and experience and competence to promote more justice for our children. Let me share with you a number of recommendations before I leave. Today we have the Kids' Rights Index that many of you talked about. There need to be greater engagement on expanding a global index that reflects on how countries treat the children, even in conflict, and countries emerging from conflict. I need not talk about the indicators and the details of the index. It could range from the Sustainable Development Goals, human trafficking, and many others. But the index had to be used in practical ways. There has to be internal frameworks that will develop international, regional, and national programs and actions to address some of the weakness and deficit in different countries. You need to appoint and identify regional and global ambassadors that will focus on direct engagement with national governments and international governments and entities, to begin to have a dialogue and discuss some of the fundamental international, local, and domestic problems affecting our children. And it has to be a sustained, institutionalized engagement. We need to work through this process to advocate to end impunity and assist with programs on development. With these kinds of proper documentation, we can do more to help our country and our world to see compliance. We need to identify countries that will seek to understand that the extent to which they treat the children creates a world of decency and a world of hope. Let me say to you all finally that we cannot treat our children as our future. We must respect and care for them in the present to guarantee a future of hope and promise. The children on the streets of Liberia today who are hackers, the children in Yemen, the children in Syria and in Congo who are suffering from man's inhumanity to man and destruction and cruelty could be tomorrow's Hitlers or the Mother Teresa of tomorrow, depending on how we protect, care, and invest in the future. So I want us to join together and collectively see this as a collective responsibility and work together in unison with Save the Children and many other countries to be able to save our planet, improve our globe, and give it what it deserves the best, love and care for our children. I thank you all, Save the Children. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Woods, for an incredibly powerful speech and certainly a reminder of collective trauma by children around the world in conflict zones. We're going to move on now, and I'm just going to very briefly introduce the next section of the day. We're going to get people sort of a little bit more active, a little bit further, more involved, and it's basically going to be an interactive demonstration of a fascinating Save the Children program, and one called Team Up, and I'm going to let the team come up here and take it from here.
All right. So, before we start, where's Eileen? Where's my friend? I'm Katja. Favorite letter of my name is the K.
My name is Eileen, and my favorite letter of my name is the L.
Yes. And we have a very special guest speaker, and I would like to invite you to stand. Mr. Woods, yes. Yes. Because in Team Up, we have a special way to thank our children. And we also have all our Team Up teams here in the crowd today. So I'm going to ask them to stand up as well, facilitators, volunteer coordinators. And why don't you come up also around us at the bottom of the stage here. And so and I'm going to invite the rest of you to get your hands ready. So all of you have hands, right? I hope so. And if you have only one, it's okay. And if you don't have, you have a head. Right, so we thank our children when they come and play with us in Team Up session. And it goes like this, it's called the fireworks. We're going to give you some fireworks for the wonderful speech you did for us. So it goes like this, you take your hands, you clap, And as you know, tonight there will be lots of fireworks because Ajax won. So let's do it again for those who are Ajax supporters. And I don't hear them, so let's hear them. Very good, thank you so much. Yes. And in Team Up, we're moving up to practical help, right, Eileen?
Yep, we do.
So, mental health, psychosocial support. So that's what we're doing. Through movement-based activities, we go back to the child. So who here was once a child? Please stand up. If you're not already standing up, all right, here we go. Okay, and we have our team here who's going to be around us to help. And we also have another very special person, all the way, well, he's actually from South Sudan, right? Yes, Leke, come on stage. Coincidentally, we came across him. We're going to take you through a session. Yeah. Great. That's how we greet each other. There we go. So this is what you're going to do with your neighbor. How do we greet each other in Team Up?
Yeah. Perfect.
Wow. Great. So let's give yourself some fireworks and you can... And as we open up the session, Eileen, what about our Team Up yell? Just to open up our session, bring your hand in the middle. Team Up! Okay, very good. So the session is open. We're going to open. We're going to give you a little middle, and we're going to close it. 15 minutes.
Very short.
So we move up our bodies?
We will. Can we have some
music? Anyone from Ghana here? No? No? Well, we're bringing in some Ghana music, all right? So very easy. What's our first step for warming up? You just march. We need some music. So a little
Can we
bit
have
of
some boa boa? Nice.
So all you need to do is march. Because you have feet, right? So take a look at your feet. And if you don't like to dance, you always have a choice to sit. There we go. We need a little bit of more of sound. Yes. You can move forward with your body. Move backwards. Yeah, and forward.
Be careful with your chairs and bags.
You can also turn around. Yeah. Yes. You can walk sideways to the right. Oh, let's see what happens to the space. Yeah, and you can walk sideways to the left. All right, and we go back to our march. It's okay. Everyone can walk. This is how you walk to your village. You take your train.
Can we do something with our arms, Katja?
What would you like to do with your arms? Adnan, what would you like to do with your arms? Oh, he wants to wave. Is Mr. Dr. Jordan's here? What would you like to do with your hands? Yes. Oh, he wants to do sun breath. We also have Chipka here in the room. Chipka, what would you like to do with your hands? Oh, he wants to listen. All right, we listen. Okay. You take some time to breathe, right, Eileen? And breathe out. And we're going to ask our music to slow down a little Music is slowing down. Are you all warmed up? Oh, very good. Are you too hot? No. Oh, okay, very good.
All right.
So moving on to the next
our
game.
next thing. Find a partner, a neighbor. So make sure you have duos.
Yeah, we have friends here.
Yeah.
We have a friend here.
We'll count to 3.
Go find a neighbor, yeah. You might need to travel.
Yeah, or you want to do it? Yeah? You'll be together? Perfect.
Yes.
All right, everyone found someone?
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect.
Ellen, how about some waterfall? Waterfall. Great. So every time you hear waterfall means Eileen and I need to talk to you. See, it works. Magic. Let's try again one more time. Waterfall. Perfect. Oh, good children we have, right? No good or bad, but these ones are particularly playful.
Can we all count to 3? Would that? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can do this exercise. Perfect. Because we're going to count to 3 in duos, like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. Now it's up to you.
And you can maybe move around and see if it's going to together. 2, 1, 3. 2, 1, 3. 1, 3. 1, 3. 2, 1, 2, 3. 3.
2, 1, 3, 2. Perfect.
Waterfall.
Waterfall.
Great. So, did you give a high five to your partner? What a great job. Okay. Thank you, partner.
Thank you.
So what comes next? Because in Team Up, we get things a bit more difficult. Yes. We don't talk much, but today we're talking. Because at the same time, we want to show you what we're doing. Today's theme is stress and tension. We want to release a little bit of stress in these bodies who've been listening to a lot of wonderful speeches, but about very
heavy, serious topics.
About very serious things that do get to our hearts, our heads, and our bodies. So this is what we're doing. We're just having some fun to release some stress and tension. So all our activities are based on themes: stress and tension, fears, bullying, respect. This is what we're doing with each other right now. So Eileen, let's take this further. 1, 2, 3. What do we do next?
As Katja said, we won't talk that much, so we don't say 1 anymore. Instead of 1, we make a movement and we make a sound. Like, whoop, 2, 3, woo, 2, 3, woo, 2, 3, woo, 2, 3. All right, but one thing, the woo, it's mine. So you make your own noise and sound, all right?
Oh, 2. Woo. 3, 2. Yeah,
you got it. 2.
Waterfall. Yeah, yawn also. Oh, I see in the front some yawns, maybe some yawns too. Okay, what do you think comes next?
Number 2.
We show?
3.
3.
3.
3. That's what comes next, so good luck.
Next step. Go ahead. 3. 3. Perfect. Now you're joining.
Waterfall. Yeah, we have strong waterfalls. Come on, Niagara Falls from Canada, maybe. Ooh, very good. But we have many different children in our sessions that come from different countries. So sometimes we involved their language. What's waterfall in Arabic, Adnan?
Shallat.
Shallat. What a wonderful word. You also know this word. Yes. Any other Arabic speakers in this room? Yes? So why don't we hear and we try with you. Shallat. Shallat. Once again. Shallat. Okay. Last step of this game before we move to the closure of our sessions.
I think you got it. No more threes.
So here we go. Woo! Two. Woo! Woo! So no more words in your game now. It's just a little dance you create with your partner. Go for it. Yes. So we finish with cooling down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Yes. We finish with mirroring. Yeah. Okay. Yes, we're going to say that. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Shalom. Shalom. So, you're in the party mood because we're celebrating today Save the Children. But Save the Children for this project is collaborating with War Child. It's also collaborating with UNICEF. So it's a collaboration of 3 organizations that have worked very hard to develop this team-up intervention. And we're working presently in the Netherlands, of course, in the reception centers, also in schools. And now we have taken this on also internationally. So the emergency response in Uganda, so in the north of the country. We've also now gone to Gaza recently.
Yep. To Colombia.
To Colombia. And so this is moving out and expanding. So a lot of people like to do some fireworks moving through our bodies. So not so much in our thoughts, but in our bodies. Playing, our biggest protective factor. Also as adults, don't forget that. Now we're children, but let's not forget that. So for the last exercise, a little bit of cooling down. You're thinking, oh, now I really want to sit. So you always have a choice. If you want to stand, please stand. If you want to sit, you can sit. We have some very slow music, but with your partner, you just hold this ball, which is the responsibility. Could be a ball, could be the earth. But what do you want to do with this ball? Yeah, some of the balls are getting very big. Yes, I see. Some are small. All right. So taking this ball, yes, back to your heart. Taking some time, maybe to sense that your heart is beating. You might not sense it at the beginning. Eyes open or closed, that's your choice. Reaching up to the sky, ooh, stretching. Back to your heart. And perhaps a little closer to your friend. And telling them thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful work that you did, for the wonderful playing time. And taking it back to your heart for the hope, for your families, for your friends. And thank you for being here today. Yes. And maybe for homaging, for paying respect to our colleagues in Uganda, the children love this. It's their favorite routine. So we're going to close with that favorite routine. And it's called the love clap. And it goes like this. This was our little 10 minutes of play. I don't know if we have time to move, but I think now we're moving on to our panelists, right? So I will give let's give her some fireworks as well, our leader. Here she comes.
Thank you, that was fantastic. Well, that's kind of woken everybody up a bit in the best possible way. So thank you. That was incredibly fun. And it's also an important reminder of the stresses children are under in conflict zones and in wars, and the importance that it is, how important it is for children to learn to relax and release some of the tension that they are so unduly placed under. I'm just here to introduce the next panel, and I'm really just introducing the next moderator, Leslie Snyder, who will take over from here. She's a director of MHPSS Collaborative for Children and Families in Adversity. So I'll hand over to Leslie now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we're the luckiest panel to follow this, yes? And as we are running a little short of time as well, I now have a wonderful way to get my panelists to stop speaking. So as they come on stage, I'm going to do some introductions. We'll save a little time. I would like to introduce Adnan Hassan. He is a psychosocial program implementer in many countries, a team-up facilitator trainer, and he also hails from Syria. Adnan?
Yeah.
On the end, we have Zainab Hijazi, who's the senior MHPSS advisor for UNICEF, based in UNICEF New York headquarters. We have also Sherry Rollins-Weston. She's the president of Social Impact and Philanthropy at Sesame Workshop. And very delighted that Yasmin Sharif, you were able to make it to us today on all the way from Brussels. You came by car. Thank you so much. She is the director of the Education Cannot Wait, a global fund for education in emergencies and protracted crises. Mark Jordans, who is the husband of one of the lovely facilitators that you just saw.
Mainly that.
Yes, mainly that. He's the director of research and development at War Child Holland, and professor in child and adolescent mental health in humanitarian settings at the University of Amsterdam. We have one more panelist who will be joining us shortly. I think she's just getting mic'd up. We're proud to have Reina Baus, the Director General of International Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign... I have left my glasses on my chair, so if anybody would like to grab those for me, this will all go much better.
No, they're on your head.
Oh, they're on my head.
Classical.
Thank you. You know this happens. You know this happens. Thank you. So, Reina Baus, who's the Director General of International Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development for the Government of the Netherlands. Thank you so much. So it's really my pleasure to introduce this wonderful panel, and they're bringing diverse perspectives to what we are calling practical action, which you heard is actually mental health and psychosocial support. MHPSS. MHPSS. It's a difficult acronym, but we must all learn it because it is finally getting the attention that it deserves in international circles, and for what we need to do to help children heal and recover and learn and develop to their full potential. So we know that this is life-saving. And we are really proud to hear now about the innovative programming, research, personal experiences, and new initiatives that will scale up MHPSS to make a real impact. I'd like to start with Reina Baus. Could you please tell us about the priorities of the Dutch government with regard to MHPSS and emergencies?
Thank you so much. And first of all, congratulations to Save the Children. Also on behalf of Minister Kaag. And thank you for the opportunity to sketch our policy and our priorities. And I would like to start with a personal story. I visited, together with Minister Kaag last year, Eastern Congo, south of Eastern Congo, Tanganyika. There we met many women, but one woman in particular stays in my mind. I carry her in my heart. She shared the story that she had to flee from her community because the community was attacked, and she had 5 children. But she said, I only could carry 2. And this woman I think of when we talk in theory about mental health and psychosocial support. Because what will be the effect on this woman, on this mother, but also on the 2 children that could flee with her, that the other 3 were left behind? If we don't do anything about it and work with her and give her a way to learn to deal with it, then she will have an affected life lifelong. And that's the reason why Minister Kaag has put mental health and psychosocial support as one of her priority areas. And not so much in thinking of direct activities, small projects, but no, trying to put it high on the agenda, get it integrated in policies and practices. And I think this is what we want to achieve. Because if you have it just as a separate thought or an afterthought, if you do not integrate it in your first response, then what will become of this woman that I met? And so that's why Minister Kaag has taken up the gauntlet in her policy brief, investing in global perspective, global prospects. It is about MHPSS in crisis situations. And our initiative is about raising structural attention for this and about integration in humanitarian aid, diplomacy, and policy. And it's foremost on political will and initiative, and thus about creating international political support. And that's why we do need all actors that have a stake on board. And many of them are here today. It's about governments, NGOs, academia, humanitarians, and working together in this partnership. And I think this initiative fits very well in the development policy of our minister, which focuses on prospects, on prevention, and on the principles of human values as drivers. And in this renewed policy, also for humanitarian aid, that was just published, that is called People First, MHPSS is center. And that's why we have put it on the forefront, and that's why I'm very pleased to be here and share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we've heard throughout the day more about this idea of human values and principles and who is it that we really want to be. And it's really inspiring to hear this from the government of the Netherlands and to know that this is central to the world that we want to create and the world that we want to create for children. Thank you very much. Adnan Hassan, I'd like to move to you, please. And of all of our panelists, you have a very close relationship with these experiences as somebody with lived experience also. And you have worked in many places offering psychosocial support programming, as well as here as an implementer of the Team Up program. So could you please share with us what it's like to live in an asylum seekers camp and how this influences the children?
It's actually hard to know where to start from when you want to talk about life in an asylum seeker center. But maybe I would just try to draw an image of a context related to having hundreds of people, strangers to each other, in one place. Families, individuals who are living, coming from different cultures, background, religions, but also having all the experiences that they have been through with them in their heads. They are there in this one specific geographical spot, which can be a camp like in a building, or it can be tents, or it can be even a space where they have to manage how they would continue their lives for the time being. One of the main challenges is time time is actually an enemy of us living in an asylum seeker center because we have nothing to do in that time. We just wait. We wait for everything to happen. We know nothing about the extent of that time. When are we moving towards a next step or to a next thing to do? Or what are we doing now? And that time provides us with a headspace, a mental space to think about everything that we have been through. So everything comes back towards our memories, experiences, but also the people we've lost, people we care about, the experiences that is part of us now, and we have to deal with it in the place we are in. Knowing this context, children are part of that context as well. Children are there, they are seeing their families having to deal with those struggles. They are seeing their parents not coping very well, neither with each other or with the others who are coming from different places as well at some points, which influences the also relationship between the parents and their children on a certain level, leading to neglection at some points, leading to not paying attention if those kids have specific needs or not. But also endangering the kids in a sense that I might say if you walk now to any asylum seeker in the Netherlands, for instance, the first you would see is the kids, usually. You would see them moving all around the location. They are outside, everywhere, moving around. Even if they were playing, but they are in danger because they are not being seen by their families who are busy worrying about their own struggles. And they are, alongside, there is plenty of other people who are also come with stress, with experiences that they are struggling with themselves. And those kids are just right there. Might be targeted, might be abused in some sense or whatever. And just seeing that part of the life of think of the day of a kid in an asylum center, they have no routine, no structure, no one to see what their needs are or to signal if those kids actually have shown some behavioral signals that they need help. So basically, it is what I can think of now to share about living in an asylum center.
Thank you. A lot of uncertainty.
Yeah,
and the lack of structure and routine, which is a lot of what MHPSS programming tries to address. Can you say more about what Team Up does in these circumstances?
Yeah, definitely. I think that Team Up, as a coalition between World Child, Save the Children, and UNICEF, they have seen that need. They have noticed that there is a lack of structure and a lack of routine. So Katja and Ellen made it much easier for me now to speak about Team Up since you've seen a practice about a small session of Team Up. So thank you to Katja and Ellen. And I would just imagine that we are there every week at the same time, the same day, with the same people. So the kids know who they are going to see. They know who's coming. They know that we are coming at that specific day. They can enjoy such activities that we've done right now, but also further for an hour or so. But we are also there to see the kids individually, to see each one of those kids, how they are really doing. What do they need extra? Do we need to pay more attention about the working together in between the kids? Then we can focus our games and activities towards playing together. And do we see other behaviors that the kids signal, like withdrawal or being angry all the time or other signals? Then we can also focus on, okay, then an intervention is needed in this case, and then how do we take it further, and who can support, and then through the channels we can see how that kid would have that support.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I wonder if you would agree in just one sentence or not, if you think this is life-saving or life-preserving.
Definitely. One of the struggles we've had in living in an AZC actually is that, yes, the basic needs as it's defined right now is their shelter and food. But no one asks, how are you really? No one wants to, and I don't know how to say it in words that can really link to the situation, but no one, at some point, it looks like no one cares how good are you? Yes. Are you even doing good or not? And that's really essential about affecting us not only mentally, but also physically, also in our connections, communication. And it's definitely an essential part of the well-being of our development, living that situation and then in the future if we continue.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful, innovative program. And in addition to the innovative programming that we're seeing, there's a lot of innovations also in research. So, Mark Jordans, it's really good to see organizations like War Child taking on research in the MHPSS field so that we know what works and we know how best to implement in different contexts. Can you tell us more about the research War Child is doing outside of the Netherlands?
Sure, but let me also start thanking the Save the Children for inviting me, and congratulations with this important event. It's wonderful to be part of it. We're working together closely here, but also in many of the countries, in fact, all of the countries where we're working as War Child. So it's great to be here. Thank you. So maybe a little bit about the research that we are starting are doing in War Child. It's really an effort to bring what are two very fields that are very far apart in general, which is academia and practice, and seeing how we can bring those closer together. So a couple of years ago, we started off with a research program within War Child, really to deepen the expertise in mental health and psychosocial support for children, but also as a way to be accountable to children, to actually demonstrate, are we providing the best quality care to children, and is that care that we're offering, is it effective? And of course, we do it with all the best intentions, and we see children benefiting and enjoying it. But can we really demonstrate that that it works? So I think that's the start of our work. Now, if you maybe taking a step back, we know from years of experience of organizations such as Save the Children and War Child that the impact of war on children is pervasive. It's of course going through and experiencing traumatic events that is resulting in severe emotional distress. But it's also the setting around a child. It is parents that are distressed. It is schools that are disrupted and education that is disrupted. We see an increase in abuse. So what we are trying to do is to develop a package of care or a system of care to deal with many of these different problems, and then to actually evaluate those. So the way we go about that, and I'll be very brief, but just to give you an idea, this system of care consists of interventions that are mental health or psychosocial interventions, but also interventions within the education or child protection cluster. So really bringing those together. And for example, having a short intervention for children with very severe emotional distress, but really being able to offer that care without them having to go to professionals, psychiatrists or psychologists that are often not available in the places where we work. So that's an intervention we're working on. We have an intervention that focuses on the parents and the caregivers and dealing with their distress, because if the parents are distressed, it will translate to them being poorer in their parenting capacity. To work with teachers in the school setting and actually simultaneously working on the competencies of teachers to set a safe and protective environment for children, but also again to deal with the psychosocial well-being of the teachers. So we have a combination of these interventions that we're putting together in this system of care and that we're evaluating. And the evaluation we're doing in 4 steps. We're first looking at, is this relevant in a particular cultural context? Is there a good fit? Is there really responding to the needs? Then to go on to say, is it effective? And really taking the highest level of empirical evidence to demonstrate that this intervention is indeed effective. So we are doing randomized controlled trials to really say, yes, we have the scientific evidence for this intervention. And then to go on to say, okay, well, can we demonstrate that the quality of this intervention is sufficient when we're implementing it to large groups of children or parents of teachers. And then as a last step to evaluate whether it's feasible to really scale it up. And ultimately, that's, I think, where we're all heading towards.
And I know that you've also evaluated the Team Up program here, is that right? What were the results?
Yeah, we are, and we literally the last day or two just trying to get some preliminary results to have that here. So it's not the final results yet. But what we looked at is exactly the quality of implementation, because if we are, as Adnan beautifully said, responding to some of these needs of children that need structure, that need activities like this, what is the effect of that? So, unfortunately, we don't have the outcomes on children yet. We have it by observation, and we see, for example, that children become calmer as a result of participating in these interventions, that they have more and a stronger social network as a result of these intervention team up. And I just want to pull out a quote of one of the interviews that we did, and one of the 15-year-old Syrian boy put it nicely, I thought. He says, "It's like a team which is spreading a thing, a sort of happiness between us. We have that anger in us." Silence. "But the activities are so nice. We are together." And I thought that was a nice quote. So yes, we are still evaluating this. We are looking at whether team-up facilitators that get really short trainings of 2 to 4 days are able to deliver this at quality. And if we can, that is an important criteria to be able to really scale it up. And that's the next step.
Thank you. And I think this points at something very important. What we are all trying to do is somehow to scale up this capacity. But what you're talking about is also scaling deeply in terms of quality and being able to make sure that facilitators and others that are on the front lines really have the skills that they need. So thank you. And I think everybody in the room can resonate with the quote. I think we feel a bit more like a community after participating. Yeah. Sherry, Sesame Workshop is something that I grew up with, and many other people may have as well, know the Sesame Street characters. Can you tell us what has informed Sesame Workshop's approach in your humanitarian response program?
Oh, I would love to. And first of all, I also want to thank Save the Children for hosting this. It's so very important, and I'm so grateful to be here. And congratulations on 100 years. Sesame's turned 50 years this year, so we're also celebrating an anniversary. But I think in order to do that, I just want to give a little context for those who don't know. I mean, hopefully most people do know Sesame Street, but they may think of it as the U.S. show, which is what is best known. Now, hopefully here you also think of Sesamstraat, because the Netherlands production has been on the air since the 70s. But one of the things that Sesame Workshop, and Sesame Workshop is the nonprofit organization that produces educational programming around the world, is, you know, as I said, it's 50 years. So 50 years ago, it was created as an experiment. It was during the War on Poverty, the Johnson administration, and they set out to see if you could use television, which at the time was a much maligned medium, to teach. And more, could it reach children with less advantages, so they had some of the same advantages of arriving at school ready to learn. It's also true that the creator, Joan Gans Cooney, thought she was creating the quintessential American show. It was on a stoop in Harlem with a multiracial cast, and within a year, Brazil, Mexico, Germany all wanted local productions, and that's what led us to create these local versions and adaptations. I will say, today we're seen in 150 countries, but where I believe we have the most meaningful impact is in those places, Afghanistan, India, South Africa, Bangladesh, where we've created Sesame, and we really are reaching children who have no other means of quality early education. And don't think of it as just television. It's television, radio, mobile, YouTube, cell phones, high-tech, low-tech, you know, on the back of vegetable carts in Bangladesh. And that was a project we did actually with Save the Children. But we also have a long history of tackling some very difficult issues, but always from the lens of a child. You know, we created the first ever HIV-positive Muppet in South Africa, tackling girls' education in Afghanistan. And so when we, you know, sort of looked at the numbers a few years ago and realized the enormous number of families displaced, I mean, today it's over 68 million, almost half of whom are children, we thought, okay, this is an issue issue we need to step up. But we're not a direct service provider. We create proven, tested educational content. We realized less than 3% of all humanitarian aid was going to education, and a tiny sliver of that to early education. And Sesame focuses on those early years when we can have the greatest return on investment. So we went through a process of looking for a partner who could come together. We could create content. It would be relevant, it would be cultural, it would reflect the needs of the children in that region. And we decided to partner with the International Rescue Committee because they had such an extensive knowledge on the ground. They knew the needs of refugees, we knew the needs of young children, and we put together a partnership. We announced it at the World Humanitarian Summit. We had no money then, but we thought we'll put a flag in the ground. And it did lead to funding for a pilot. It was actually the Bernard Van Leer Foundation, who's here. So that allowed us to go in and start taking our Arabic content and testing it in refugee settings with the IRC, doing home visitations, doing learning centers. And lo and behold, the MacArthur Foundation, if anyone has heard of it, did a $100 million grant, first ever, 100 and change. And long story short, unbelievably, that was awarded to Sesame Workshop for our partnership with the IRC. So today, thanks to the MacArthur Foundation, we are creating the largest early childhood intervention in the history of humanitarian response. We're focused on Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq. It is not just Sesame, a broadcast, as you would think, but there is all new Sesame production. It's called Ahlan Simsim, which means welcome Sesame in Arabic. One of the things Sesame does so well is model inclusion and acceptance and understanding. And so there is a new Muppet, Jad, who had to leave his home. He's 5 years old. He becomes best friends with Basma. So it's very Sesame. But again, we're able to model those very important social and emotional skills and empathy and understanding. So that will be everywhere. There's so much penetration with cell phones, satellite, you'd be surprised, in the camps and in the host communities. But it's so important that that content will also be used by these IRC direct service providers doing home visitations with Sesame storybooks and games and materials in learning centers, in health centers. So our goal is that it's really creating an ecosystem. We know these characters engage children and adults. And to get to your question more specifically, what are we basing our approach on? We're basing our approach on the fact that children who have experienced such prolonged exposure to traumatic experiences, that we know through the neuroscience that literally inhibits brain development. Those first 5 years of life is when a child's brain develops the fastest and the most as any other time in their life. And when they are exposed to traumatic events, I don't mean one event, but consistent stress, often called toxic stress, it literally inhibits the synapses that need to form in their brain. The most effective way to mitigate that is through nurturing care. It's through more engagement with a caring adult. Also, to your point, so often those caring adults are so stressed themselves that they need strategies and opportunities. So if you think of a home visitation and that home visitor is trained and they have Sesame content, and that content is not only a tool for the child, but a catalyst for the engagement between the parent and child. And in those home visitations, we're able to enlighten, inform, have better appreciation and understanding of why this is so important. We also have done a large amount of formative research. Research is just a huge part of our DNA in the region to inform the curriculum of the mass media. And what we've found repeatedly is how desperately these children need if you will, their emotional ABCs, that they don't have the ability to identify emotions, much less express or manage emotions. And if you can't give a child those building blocks, it's very hard for them to develop the executive functioning skills, the ability to focus, the ability to learn. Sesame has always been a whole child curriculum. You know, I think people think of it as letters and numbers, but our mission is to help children everywhere grow smarter, stronger, and kinder. And I know that sounds like a great tagline, but it's true. It's smarter in the academic basics, literacy, numeracy, stronger in resilience and health, and kinder in the empathy and understanding and respect for differences. So that is really what is informing our initiative in the humanitarian space. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that soon after, the Lego Foundation stepped up and gave us a grant to extend this work to the Rohingya in Bangladesh. So for this to really be successful, it's about creating a model that can be replicated for displaced children wherever they may be, and truly transforming humanitarian response so that we are focusing on those youngest children who have the greatest needs.
Thank you so much. And I think what's very clear about what you're saying is that we know what works. So although MHPSS may sound as though it's new to your ears or it's new to this field, it isn't actually new. There's a lot of work that has come before that informs what we're doing. And what the wonderful work that you're doing is the contextualization.
Well, it's all evidence-based, but I would also say to your question to him whether it's life-saving,
yes,
it is certainly life-changing.
Yes.
And we know the long-term repercussions if we're not, so.
Yes, thank you so much. Zeynep Hijazi, another thing that we know about MHPSS work is that it's so important for us to be integrating into the structures where children and families are actually served. Can you tell us a little bit more about why integration is important?
Yes, thank you, Leslie. And just to say thank you to Save the Children, I'm humbled to be sitting next to Adnan and to be part of this really amazing panel. So I guess it's really important to say that the field has really evolved over the past several years. You know, from being overly focused on psychological trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, and specialized interventions that are carried out by clinicians from high-income countries. And it's really shifted towards this more inclusive approach, one which recognizes the scope and significance of different types of culturally shaped mental health problems, but also one that seeks to develop existing strengths and build capacities over time in order to integrate mental health care into existing health, social, community, and education systems and structures. So in fact, the primary purpose of the Interagency Standing Committee guidelines and MHPSS, and these are the guidelines that were developed for our sector, they were launched in 2007, and the primary intent of their development was really to give this concrete strategies for MHPSS through this multi-sectoral framework, one that would enable coordination, but also to clarify how different sectors can work with one another and how MHPSS integrated into these sectors can be complementary. The framework recognizes that different sectors can be entry points for MHPSS and help improve access to mental health care, but also reach a wider number of people. Through the health sector, through primary healthcare centers, for example, this is really an important way to provide accessible mental health care in a non-stigmatizing way by primary healthcare providers who are trained to identify and manage common mental health disorders that are seen at the primary healthcare level. Other sectors like education, nutrition, and child protection are really critical entry points for children and caregivers, and who may really otherwise be forgotten or missed, or not be able to access the care that they need, or not be identified as needing these more specialized types of services. Mark gave really great examples about these types of interventions that can be established through education or child protection systems and really can work. You know, by integrating MHPSS within other sectors, by raising awareness within these sectors around the different mental health and psychosocial concerns, and also by building capacity on how to address these different needs, in this way, we can really support and improve mental health and psychosocial well-being. And just to really say that even though agencies and sectors, we all agree about the importance of an integrated and multi-sectoral approach to MHPSS. However, there are really a lot of challenges that impede an integrated approach to this type of response within humanitarian settings. And really this comes down to a fragmented interagency coordination, but also really an absence of cross-sectoral accountability. We as a sector, I think we do a lot of things well, but we also understand that we need to do things better. And we need to really better define systematic implementation of MHPSS and really have clear and established roles and responsibilities of the different sectors in this specific area of mental health and psychosocial support.
So when you're talking about this better integration, then how can we start to better operationalize this integration?
Yeah, so I mentioned the Interagency Standing Committee guidelines on MHPSS, or IASC as we call them. So these guidelines exist, and we have other guidelines and other resources and standards like the SPHERE guidelines, or within the child protection sector, we have child protection minimum standards. So this guidance tells us what we need to do, but we as a sector really need to be focused on the how. So how do we operationalize these different guidance materials and resources? How do we we talked a lot about, how we get other sectors to own up to their responsibility to MHPSS, but we really need to be better in outlining those strategies and interventions that they can implement, that they can cost, and that they can really kind of link with specific indicators to show the success of those specific interventions. And just to really mention quickly, WHO, the World Health Organization, and UNICEF have now established a global partnership that is linked to the development of a minimum service package on mental health and psychosocial support, one that addresses the minimum MHPSS services that are necessary in a range of different sectors, including the health sector, child protection, and education. And of course, as outlined in the IASC guidelines, we need to really be looking at MHPSS across sectors, but we will begin with these primary entry points for MHPSS within humanitarian settings, so health, child protection, and education. And it's really important to say that the success of this project really does depend on the way in which we plan and implement it. So what we hope as UNICEF and WHO is to really employ a strategy in which we will engage the relevant health, education, child protection, the different groups, coordination mechanisms and clusters, but also bringing in those other sectors like the disability sector, acknowledging it as an area that it cuts across the different areas of support, and ensuring that they are engaged and included in the design of the package, but also in the development of the content and its demonstration. And just to really quickly say that among these stakeholders whose involvement is really critical for the success of the package and will help WHO and UNICEF in developing the content and the demonstration is the collaborative on MHPSS for children and families. So we're really proud of this partnership with you. We hope that really this package will support sectors who are working in this field and really trying to be better at integrating MHPSS in their sectors.
Thank you, Zainab. We're really looking forward to this work as well. And this is a wonderful segue for Yasmin Sharif and for us to talk more about the Education Cannot Wait Fund. And Yasmin, you have been a champion for mental health and psychosocial support into education in emergencies. And I wonder if you could tell us what has inspired that and what does ECW plan to do?
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations, Save the Children. I see Kevin sitting there. I was looking for you. And also, of course, Save the Children, the Netherlands, and whoever else is here from Save the Children. Congratulations on your 100th anniversary. And it was very much, it started with our discussions with Save the Children. But what really inspired us in Education Cannot Wait, and we are a global fund that brings together the humanitarian, the development actors in country. We are trying to bring it so close to the field, into the reception centers, into the refugee camps, into the war-affected communities, and make it so concrete, because that's where the suffering is the most intense and urgent. And it came out of those discussions that finally, all of us who feel committed, and I mentioned also Minister Kag was mentioned, have been committed for a long time. Finally, we start looking at the human mind, the human emotions, the mental state of being. It's not just as if we are dealing with unsensing, unthinking, unfeeling victim of atrocities. This is a human being. This is a child. Anything that happens to them during the first, at least the first 15, 18 years of their life, not to talk about the first 1,000 days, is going to impact them for the rest of their life. Because of the mental and emotional well-being. And so to recognize, and what inspired us to really take this forward together with our colleagues in Save the Children, and definitely when we met in Copenhagen, so MHPSS collaborative, and we said we're going to work on this together, and actually we signed our MOU just I think a week ago, 2 weeks ago, to make clear of that commitment. So we work with the whole UN system, the NGO community, civil society, with government partners in the education sector to deliver the coordinated approach, working through the education cluster, which is co-led by Save the Children and UNICEF, to get everyone on board to deliver quality education to children affected by emergencies and crises. These are children in the Rohingya refugee camps, the Rohingyas in the Cox's Bazar, the children in Afghanistan, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Chad, Central African Republic, all these environments where we see the war on children. The war on children manifested through systematic, widespread violations of international law. Because that's what the war on children is all about, through sexual, gender-based violence, sexual violence, mutilations, arbitrary executions, forced expulsions, and so forth. So these abnormal environments is where we seek to deliver education by bringing everyone together in a coordinated effort. And this is the perfect entry point for rolling out our Memorandum of Understanding with MHPSS Collaborative. And part of that goes back to the package that you mentioned, the package for which our friends in the Dutch government have committed $5 million to develop the package between WHO, UNICEF, and Collaborative, and then roll it out through Education Cannot Wait's multi-year investments in all these crisis emergency settings, often Save the Children being one of our key implementing partner, because then we can do it systematically. Then we move away from a little project there, little initiative. The package is there, the coordinated approach is there, and it goes out to the 25, at least until 2021, worse of the crisis situations that is there on the ground as a result of the war against children, the systematic violations that are only getting worse and worse and worse. And if I may say so, you haven't raised that. My time is out. I could speak about this forever because it is really at the heart.
You always inspire me.
Yeah,
so
I got so inspired by everything, including Sesame Street that I love. But the thing is, I think I can recognize some of the reception centers that you're speaking about. Some of them are actually on the shores of Europe. I saw a little boy from Gaza there some time ago when I went, and he was full of red. What do you call marks in his face? I mean, he had not been beaten in his face. He's just, get allergic. And he was holding his mother like this. So I said to the mother, what's wrong with him? I see on his skin that something is not wrong. He's not happy. And she said, well, he was raped, and he was 4 years, little boy from Gaza. Some here down in the reception center. So this is going to take him a lifetime to overcome. But or the little girl in Afghanistan in the ICRC hospital and you walk in, and she's lost her legs, and her grandmother is sitting next to her, and all she knows is that she has lost her legs and there was a bomb. She does not know that her mother and sister were also killed in that attack. Yeah. So, you know, we are dealing with absolutely abnormal mental consequences, emotional consequences as a result of the war on children. So Education Cannot Wait we are so excited and inspired to partner with you.
Thank you.
And collaborative MHPSS and UNICEF and WHO and Save the Children, and also a big, I think, recognition of the Dutch government putting forward the first 5 million euros to support the package. And we believe that we need to keep having an ask for the amount. We spoke around 10 million is required, but if you're going to make this happen in 25 crisis countries, I would tenfold it. We need what you need, what you got, 100 million for mental health in crisis, and it will happen. I am convinced. Everybody realizes that this is about investing in human beings.
Thank you so much. And I think what we see in the panel is that the will is there. We know what to do. We have the partnerships in place to be able to do this and to do it well. But we do need the extra funding. The 5 million was generously provided for health and protection. We're still missing a bit for demonstrating the education. So we are very much looking forward to that partnership with ECW and hoping that those funds will be able to support that demonstration into education.
Recognize also that the Netherlands government has donated a significant amount of funds to support the development of the health and child protection components, but just a shout out to the UK government as well, who's also supported the development of the education component. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Zeynep. Yeah. I also want to come back just for a moment, and I know we need to wrap up. We're going to have some children marching to greet us, and we want to be outside for that. But I just wanted to say that the government of the Netherlands will be hosting the Global Mental Health Summit in October of this year in Amsterdam. We are very much looking forward to that event. Mark and Zeynep, you are co-chairing the child and family track of that, and we're happy to support you in that, and really delighted to have this panel and this enthusiasm for what we know can work. Just to wrap up, because what we're really talking about here is not only scaling up mental health and psychosocial support, but scaling deeply. We have children that are getting missed all of the time. These are children with developmental disabilities, with serious exposure to trauma that you mentioned, children also with mental disorders or substance abuse disorders, and we are missing these children. Is there anything in terms of a priority that anybody on the panel would like to put forth in terms of what needs to happen next to scale up or scale deeply? We have 5 seconds each, if you like.
Well, I'll add one. I mean, I think we have to invest in reaching children as early as possible. I think we have to have governments and others take these programs in order to scale. They can't just be a nice project here, a nice project here. We need models that are implemented and embraced by government, by learning centers, by their ministries of education. And I think we just have to really make people understand this is not these children or these families' problems. It's all of our problems. And if we're not giving them the skills they need to thrive, how can they be expected to rebuild their societies? So I think that's the most important thing, to have people understand why this is a critical investment.
Thank you so much. I think that's a good place for us to end. I want to thank you all so very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that panel. Such a crucial and important subject to talk about in terms of the mental health of children in war zones and the severe lack of help that children do get in cases of extreme stress that they have to live through. We're going to go quickly now just to a video statement by the EU Commissioner Christos Stylianides. He was unfortunately not able to come today, but he really wanted to send his best wishes and make a statement. So we're just going to play that now so everybody can hear from him.
We want to congratulate the Save the Children for the launch of Stop the War on Children campaign in a very symbolic venue. The Peace Palace was created to house the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which was part of an effort to end the war. When emergencies strike, children are the first to suffer. They are injured, mentally traumatized, socially stigmatized, targeted, abused. Conflicts leave children behind. Our moral duty is to protect them and give them prospect for their future. There should be no lost generations. This is why education in emergencies has become my top priority as European Commissioner for Humanitarian Aid and Crisis Management. Education in emergencies is a shield against violence, a shield against sexual abuse, forced marriage, forced labor, forced recruitment, radicalization. Dear friends, since 2015, we have increased our humanitarian budget for education and emergencies by 10 times. This year, unprecedented 10% of the European Union's total humanitarian budget will go to education and emergencies. We have already helped over 6.5 million students and teachers in 55 countries since 2015. With the help of our valuable humanitarian partners like Save the Children, I thank you for all these years of commitment and dedication to protect children in conflicts across the world. Dear friends, last year we adopted the first ever dedicated EU policy framework on education emergencies and protracted crisis. We set 4 specific goals. First, establish safe schools. Second, strengthen education for protection and peace and promote respect for international humanitarian law. Third, build strong partnerships with humanitarian and development partners and invest in initiatives like Education Cannot Wait. And finally, create an innovative, timely, predictable and flexible funding model. Dear friends, education is fundamental human right, a catalyst for a child's future. It is an investment in peace. I commend Save the Children for turning the spotlight on what is happening to children in armed conflicts around the world. As Europeans and as committed multilateralists, we should do more to protect these children. And we should take a stand against the culture of impunity of those who treat children in conflict as collateral damage. Thank you so much, and I wish you a successful event.
We're going to start a children's participation session. Now, you already saw her earlier on today, and so it's a great pleasure to welcome her back to the stage. Mariam Ahmed from Nigeria. She's the 19-year-old who read out her beautiful poem. She's going to be here and helped with the next session by Leke Emmanuel, a South Sudanese school teacher, and they're going to come up and do. They're both Save the Children ambassadors. We're going to basically hear a bit of a Q&A from them, and they're going to lead a participation session themselves. So welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Miriam Ahmed. I'm Save the Children Nigeria's Girl Ambassador. I'm 19 years old and I'm currently studying business law in the university. I'm very excited to be here to share with you our experiences as adolescent girls in Nigeria, northern Nigeria to be precise.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miriam. I'm Leke Emmanuel, a South Sudanese, but now living in Uganda as a teacher. I teach in the refugee camp.
You said you live in Uganda. Why don't you live in your home country of South Sudan?
It's quite a long story, but in brief, I need to tell you that it's not the first time for me to stay in Uganda as a refugee. I have been a refugee in Uganda from 1990 to 2006, when the first war broke out. Then, within that time, I had an opportunity to study my secondary level and train as a teacher. Shortly, I went back home when peace returned and started work. Unfortunately, another serious scenario also broke out that pushed me out of the country together with many other people. In the process of fleeing the country, I saw so many things that children underwent. First of all, they were fleeing the bushes from their homes. That was one of the most unfortunate scenarios that children faced. But also, they did not run with any property. Some were already displaced, separated from their parents. Some had already lost their parents. You would practically see children cry and say, I wish I were killed with my father. Very, very painful. But all the same, those few who managed to cross the border into Uganda also still faced difficulties. The only better bit of it is that the guns were somehow silent in the refugee camp. And so we would only have the memories of what happened in South Sudan, but we don't practically see and hear gunshots in the camp. So they started facing a number of challenges again in the camp, ranging from lack of education, because schools were very few. Apart from the lack of education, there was inadequate food. Children would go to school hungry, stay the whole day in school hungry, and later come back home to have at least one meal, those lucky ones. So as a teacher, you now begin imagining if the children are learning in your class, however much you teach. So that's one of the most unfortunate scenarios that children are going through in the camp. This increased the cases of child marriages. And as I talk now, I have child mothers in my class. Very unfortunate. I don't know how it is in Nigeria, because in the camp where I came from, it's about 100,000 refugees. 60% of them are children. But also, not half that number go to school. More than half are at home. I don't know if you can tell me more about how it is in Nigeria, Miriam.
Well, in northern Nigeria, where I come from, only 4% of girls complete their secondary school education. And it's due to issues like early marriage and also conflicts. Early marriage in the sense that these girls are forced to get married, and because of this, they have to leave school. So it affects their education and also puts a strain on their future, and it prevents them from having, a bright future. And also conflict in the terms of, for example, what happened in 2014 with the Chibok girls. Parents and children don't feel safe. They don't feel comfortable and are often skeptical to go to school because they don't know what would happen. They're scared of being abducted, possibly raped, and turned into child brides. Mr. Leke?
Well, thank you very much for telling me how it is in Nigeria. But I think that story you've given me reminds me of a child in my class. Her name is Juliet. Juliet was forced to marry in 2014, and now she has 2 children. When she was in South Sudan, she didn't have opportunity to go to school because she was deep in the rural setting, so she could not easily access education. She had to really suffer to bring up her children in the rural setting. But all the same, when she flew to Uganda, at least with support from Save the Children. There are learning centers put up, although some under trees. She is able to enroll and start school again. But she is still under those difficulties. Still, sometimes she asks questions like, even if I study hard and pass my primary level, what next? Is it really important that I continue coming to school? So she has those kind of negative thoughts. I learned you campaign for girls in Nigeria. Can you tell me more about it?
Well, I do a lot. I'm a girls' rights activist, and I work on girl empowerment, the need for us girls to be educated, ending child marriage, and also sexual and reproductive health rights. So I organize safe space discussions with girls around my age where we talk about issues that we're facing in northern Nigeria and also in our communities, and also what we'd like the government to do about it. I also speak to policymakers on the change we want to see as adolescent girls, and also work with media and other organizations to raise awareness on these issues that are affecting us girls in northern Nigeria. I'm also the leader of the Chibok Girls Ambassadors. Every one girl, we're 276 girls, and every one Chibok Girl Ambassadors represents one of the Chibok girls that were abducted. So we organize marches and we talk to policymakers to tell them to kind of hold them accountable and to tell them to ensure that these girls are brought back home safely. Because these girls they were in school and they've been taken away from school, probably raped, turned to child brides, and they're experiencing a lot of trauma. So we came together to be a voice for these girls and to hold decision makers accountable. There was a time we even met with the president of Nigeria and told him the issue and told him to ensure that schools are a safe place for us girls to attend, and also to ensure that these girls are brought back safely. And I think that was a really progressive meeting because he promised that he will ensure that these girls are brought back. And 2 weeks later, some of them were brought back, which I think is, a good first step. That was a good step to start with. I'm also working on getting more of the states in Nigeria to adopt the Child Rights Act. There has to be a certain number of states in the country that have adopted the Child Rights Act for it to become a law. So I'm trying to get the remaining states to adopt the Child Rights Act. I'm also working on creating, along with Save the Children Nigeria, we're working on creating a summarized, youth-friendly, child-friendly version of the Child Rights Act. In my safe space discussions, we talk about issues like early marriage, education, and also other day-to-day problems that we are experiencing as adolescent girls and what we suggest the government do about it. Currently, moving on, when I go back to Nigeria, I'm planning on having a radio show and also a newspaper column where I'll be talking about the issues that we're facing, what would like the government to do based on my safe space discussions. And the radio show is going to be me inviting people to come and speak about their experiences and also share my story about what we're facing as adolescent girls in northern Nigeria, but also linking it to the Stop the War on Children campaign. So I'm going to dedicate the radio show to the Stop the War on Children campaign. Mr. Leke, there's a lot of important people here and decision makers. So what is your one ask to them?
That's great. One of the most important things I feel I should tell the forum in the house here is that it's good that they came from different countries. And now that they are going back home, let us not just look at education as a right for children only, but we should look at education as one of the most important tools that can transform our society and can lead us to attaining the SDGs. Let us provide the quality to the learners, because the conditions under which we teach in the camp is really very alarming, that however much you work, you can't be sure of the learning of the child.
I'm so sorry to interrupt this fantastic discussion, but I just want to interrupt just for a moment because we're going to go live now across to Malieveld, where all the children are gathering to start their march as they march from there over here to Peace Palace. So we're going to go live to that event, and a Save the Children colleague, Clartia Jansa, who is there. And I'm going to hand over to her, who should be live and able to talk to you from there.
Welcome everyone, good to have you all here. We are standing here at the Paviljoen Mali House, so we can show you what's going on actually at this moment outside the Peace Palace. We are gathered here together with around 100 children who will join us today with the Stop the War on Children March. All the children come from primary schools from The Hague, and they will join us to give the children a voice who live in the world's most challenging front lines. And some of the children who are marching with us today actually have experienced themselves what it's like to grow up in a conflict zone. Like Annemarie. And Annemarie, she grew up in Syria. Can you tell everyone at the Peace Palace, what was it like to grow up in Syria?
It was really scary.
It was really scary, and luckily you're now safe here in Holland. And do you want to say something to all the children who are still living in a war country? Do you want to say something to them?
Stay strong.
Stay strong. Thank you very much. Well, that was a really nice message. I think it's really clear why everyone here is with us today to join the Stop the War on Children March. And as you can see, all the children are wearing red T-shirts, Save the Children T-shirt, but some of them, as you might see now behind me, are wearing black T-shirts. And someone else here can tell us a bit more about why they are wearing black T-shirts.
Because we are hij moest toch?
Oh, you mean? Oh, you want to tell us? You want to tell us? Can you tell us?
Because one of the 5 children grew up in the war.
1 in 5 grew up in war. That's actually really good. So to represent everything, every child here represents one word of the Stop the War on Children. And the war group has a black T-shirt on. So if we come there to the Peace Palace, you will all see us. And then actually you will see the group who is wearing black T-shirt is actually the group who still lives in a conflict country. Like you saw already, everybody is lined up and everybody is waiting to go and march to the Peace Palace. And one last thing, because everybody is holding a white flag. And who wants to explain to me why that is? You can explain it. Why are you holding a white flag?
Because the white flag is the symbol of peace.
The white flag is a symbol of peace, and that's correct, of course. We all want peace for everyone, and we have 2 people who can give us the start sign. Let me stay over here. You're giving the start sign, right?
Yes.
Do you think they're ready? Shall we ask them? All right, let's ask them. All right. Is iedereen er klaar voor? Ja! Nog 1 keer. Is iedereen er klaar voor? Ja! All right, I think you can say that they can start. So let us count. 3, 2, 1. Let's march! You can start now and you can walk. We are about to, in 30 minutes, we will arrive at the Peace Palace and we will do a stunt for you. So hopefully everybody will be outside waiting for us. Thank you and over to the Peace Palace. See you soon. Bye.
We will be waiting for them, absolutely. But I apologize for interrupting.
Thank you. I was at the point of saying education should not just be seen as a right, but it is one of the most powerful tools that can help children remain children. You can't at any point say a child mother when they go to school. Children can keep out of marriage when they are at school. So let us go back home and begin implementing this theme of today, Stop the War on Children, at our various levels. It is not only a single person's responsibility to do that, but it is our collective efforts to ensure we reach the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much. Miriam, I don't know, do you have any message for the members in the House?
Yeah, I do have a few actually. I would like for the decision makers here to involve us adolescent girls in decision-making processes. Nobody knows what we're going through more than us. So we need to don't decide for us, decide with us. Another ask that I'm going to ask the decision makers is to, go back to your fellow countries, go back to your countries and your offices. You have the knowledge here. You've heard all the, you've heard our stories and our experiences. You've heard our suggestions, what we would like for you to do. So you have the necessary things that you need to go back and take action. So be the first person to take the step in your offices, in your countries, for others to follow. Because we're going to hold you accountable for the promises that you've made. And for the youth involvement, we are getting involved now. For example, the SDGs were consulted when the goals were going to be made. So that's a very good step, and I would like for that to be continued. My last ask is, for you to ensure that adolescent girls complete their education. Like, for example, for places like northern Nigeria, where I come from, where only 4% of girls complete their education. So I would like for you to, make it a priority that we girls complete our education, because like I said in my poem, there's nothing more powerful than a girl with a book. Thank you.
Each these pictures. Thank you. That was great. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Great, thanks. Okay. Thank you so much. And I apologize for having interrupted that segment. Now, Mariam doesn't just write beautiful poetry and set up radio shows and campaign for women's rights. She also writes and sings beautiful songs. And so we're going to hear a song now that has been pre-recorded by Mariam that she wrote herself and that has been recorded. So we're going to cue that now.
Too high to climb. Yes, I can if I believe. They said I'll never make it. They said I'll never live my dreams. But they never know there's something inside me so strong, so strong. Yes, I believe. I can be a candle in the dark. Show the way for all to see. If I believe, I can be a river in the desert, flow through the dry lands. If I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. If I believe, I believe. If I believe, yes, I believe. I have decided that nothing will stop me. Come rain or shine, I will soar like an eagle, singing this song and the whole world will hear me. My heart is bigger than the mountains, deeper than the oceans, brighter than 1,000 sunshine. I have decided that nothing will stop me. Come rain or shine, I will soar like an eagle, singing this song and the whole world will hear me. My heart is bigger than the mountains, deeper than the oceans, brighter than 1,000 sunshine. I believe, I believe, I believe. If I believe, I believe. If I believe, yes, I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe. Yes, I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe. Yes, I believe. Yes, I can if I believe.
We're just going to welcome Pim Kraan, CEO of Save the Children, the Netherlands, to give some closing remarks now to end the day's events.
Here stands a very proud man. It's a big honor to wrap up the day with you. But I want to start with something you might maybe not expect, and that's say thank you to my wife. She's over there. You can imagine that when you are a warrior in the war against children, you are a warrior and you want to lead, that you need a lot of tolerance here at home. My children are sending me messages from their classrooms when we are sitting here. My wife is here. You can imagine with bringing back regularly all those horrible stories of the last attacks on our health facilities in Yemen are having an impact on the family, and I'm very grateful to my family for supporting me there. Thank you also to the board present here, Corinne, all the others. Thank you for all your advice and your trust and your wisdom to lead us in the Netherlands. Thank you also, Donna, for representing the international board and being here. I want to thank Kevin and Andres for being my partners in crime, setting this whole up, and also Claire, who cannot be here, who has been of a tremendous support to us in staging this event. And a particular thank you, and I hope you can render a round of applause for my marvelous team who has worked so hard, particularly Pien Klievering at the back, who has been the center pin for it all. Well done. Thank you for joining us today for this Stop the War on Children Global Symposium. And a particular word of appreciation also to War Child and to UNICEF. I hope the directors are still around for supporting us in staging this event, because we need that support to bring this all the way to the UN General Assembly in September. Together we are stronger. And I want to say thank you very much to Team Up. They're all volunteers, and I see the same faces year in, year out. They are so committed. Thank you from the deepest parts of my heart. Today has been a groundbreaking day. Representatives from a broad range of backgrounds came together for the first time to discuss the challenges and find the solutions to stop the war on children. Representatives from the United Nations, the European Union, government representatives from nations across the globe, the military, companies, the judiciary, INGOs, the media, experts, students, patrons, and maybe more important, and most important of all, children from conflict-affected areas, and our young change makers. We have covered many topics and listened to engaging testimonials from children and colleagues living through conflict. We've seen inspiring government initiatives like the White Flag Protocol, and we've seen the introduction of the Pediatric Blast Injury Field Manual that gives us, our medical staff also in conflict setting, the knowledge and the technical guidance to treat young blast injury victims on the site. And more is yet to come, as we will welcome the children participating in the Stop the War on Children March. For me personally, maybe the most exciting part of the day. You have seen what's coming at us, so fasten your seatbelts. I would like to thank the keynote speakers, UN High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, who will come back for the march, Chief Prosecutor Fatou Bensouda, and former minister and I think lifetime friend Samuel Coffey-Wood. Thank you, bro. For their thought-provoking and engaging speeches, as well to all the panelists who participated today throughout the day. Thank you also to our patron, Princess Victoria, for your tireless support to Save the Children's Quest and for your co-hosting of the day. I would also like to thank the government of the Netherlands, particularly the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for the support to enhancing the protection of children during conflict. Lots of appreciation to our mayor. The municipality of The Hague has been a great supporter of staging this event. And to the Carnegie Foundation, with whom, without, we would not have been here. Thank you all the official government delegations among us and for your promises and your statements. We have government delegations from Afghanistan. Thank you, Dr. Shivari, for being here. From Argentina, Colombia, Denmark, Japan, Norway, Spain, the UK, and the Netherlands. Also, a particular thanks to the International Criminal Court, because they have been very instrumental in helping us to build up the curriculum for this event. And last but certainly not least, the children who have been involved in today's symposium. Thank you. Thank you, child ambassadors, your champions. Thank you, Mariam and Ahmed, for sharing your stories of conflict, to hear your call to action, and for reminding us why it is essential that we act together to protect childhood in conflict zones. A very big and warm thank you to the 150 school children from The Hague who are participating in the Stop the War on Children March as we speak. These children are joining tens of thousands of other children around the world staging the same call to action today. From the Rohingya refugee camps in Bangladesh to the Colosseum in Rome, 5 cities in Spain, 5 landmarks in the United States of America, and Trafalgar Square. In downtown London, where our history began. Children will call out for action. They will call out loud. We must continue to stand up for children who live in war, children who have their rights systematically violated, who are not offered justice and accountability, and who receive little recovery for their mental and physical scars. Our fight for these children will not stop today. The international community must do more to protect them, and we will continue to call upon you to stop the war on children. You will see us again at the United Nations General Assembly in September 2019, where we will urge governments to make concrete commitments for children in conflict. In the meantime, please continue supporting our cause by sharing our petition widely. And in a few minutes, hopefully, welcome the children from the schools from The Hague in their march to their Peace Palace. They will voice the call to action for you to hear. Rest assured. And I think finally, and only together, I think, we will be able to bring about a change for all those children who are so desperately waiting for us to act. So thanks all the cooperation from all the partners in the field, particularly also the Dutch NGOs who are on our side, not only here and around this topic, but also in the Disaster Relief Alliance, where we work together with 16 organizations to bring aid to victims in war zones. And then Jane, thank you very much for moderating the day. You are a natural, I already told you. Thank you for the style with which you did it, and let me now make use of the opportunity to give you also one of those photographs.
That's great. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. So we're just wrapping up now, and if you return out to the foyer now, you will be greeted by European champions in Irish dancing as part of the musical intermezzo, which obviously I think is a fantastic idea. And as you make your way out, going outside, you will be met with the Stop the War on Children march, and the children should be waiting for us outside after not too long, after you make your way through the foyer. Between 5 and 6 p.m., there's a networking reception in the foyer. So there's a warm welcome to everybody who wants to come, return into the foyer, to be able to mix, especially given that we were a bit tight on time for Q&A sessions, so it's a great opportunity to talk to anybody that you haven't had a chance to ask questions of just yet. Thank you so much for being a great audience, and we'll see you outside with the kids.